A very pleasant morning to everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our workshop on systematic review and meta-analysis. I hope you had a restful evening and are feeling energized for another productive day today. Yesterday, we laid a solid foundation exploring the principles and processes behind systematic reviews. Today, we'll be building upon that groundwork as we dive into the next key phases: data extraction, quality assessment, and meta-analysis. Extraction of data from studies and evaluating their quality is a pivotal step which is essential to ensure that the evidence we gather is both accurate and reliable. In this session, you will learn how to create an effective data extraction form and use the tools like Cochrane Rob to assess the quality of studies. So guys, roll on your sleeves for this hands-on activity where you will be able to apply these skills to sample papers. We are delighted to have Dr. Geeta Menon with us to lead this session on data extraction and risk of bias. Dr. Menon is Scientist F at Health Technology Assessment India, DHR. She is also Professor at Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, ICMR. She is a gold medalist from Delhi University and a PhD holder from AIIMS. She has over 30 years of experience in ICMR. She has published 141 papers and is a recipient of ISCB Young Scientist Award, Dr. Kele P. O'Keefe Academician and Researcher of the Year, the Queen Elizabeth Advanced Scholars Award, and ISMS BG Prasad Award. So many awards. She is also recognized among the top 2% scientists globally. We are, ma'am, we are extremely lucky to have you here today. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. These are just for the hype, you know. आजकल वो भी दिखाना भी ज़रूरी होता है ना. So today we are going to the next topic is on data extraction, and as you've been told, these two topics are very, very important because these will then take you to actually summarizing the evidence from individual studies, and that's how you are going to come to an evidence-based decision. So I have, you've already downloaded this book. We've written a small book on beginner's guide for systematic reviews. This was written in 2022 with me as one of the co-authors. We had two other persons. The primary objective of writing this book was for people like you and for social scientists and other health researchers who are interested to do systematic reviews but they don't know how to start. So this is a stepwise procedure. If you go through this book, you will just come to know how to go about doing a systematic review. Now, this is not for it's something very funny, but what I am trying to say is this is the systematic chakra view. So if you look at this is a full circle, and Abhimanyu wasn't able to come out of this chakra view, but you will come out of it after learning all the steps that we tell you in this workshop. So these are all the steps you have to actually do to complete a full systematic review. Okay, so we've done a few of them till yesterday we've done a few of them, but I think we'll start today with the quantitative analysis of findings that you draw from individual studies and how to go about doing that and how to synthesize that information. So to make it short, in the steps that is involved in doing a meta-analysis, these are the basic steps. A few of them have already been done yesterday, like identifying literature, searching for the right kind of papers for your review, and what are the search mechanisms. All that has been told yesterday already. So given the fact that you have a list of studies with you which fulfill the eligibility criteria for your review, and it is these are the studies which will be finally be included in your review. Now the next step would be to read each one of them carefully and extract the quantitative information from them. So that's what we are going to do today. Data extraction is a process of systematically collecting information from individual studies and recording them in a data extraction sheet so that you are able to analyze them later and synthesize the findings. What is the purpose? To capture all relevant data. The data extraction form should be a complete form. Even if you don't read the entire paper, the data extraction form should be able to give you all the information that is there in the paper, so that you can quickly, as a third reviewer or a supervisor, you just have to go through the data extraction form to get the results, and to make it easier for comparison across the studies. So I have already shared with you these variables. These are the most common variables that needs to be extracted from each of these studies. Maybe some of the studies would have more, some of the studies would have less of these information, and we'll see how to, because I have already shared with you the RCTs, we'll see how to do it. So these are the steps, so I skip all this, you've already seen this. So what are the best practices for data extraction? Data extraction form should be first prepared, and you have to apply none of the data you cannot have a standard data extraction form. For every review, the data extraction form would be different, but there are some common variables, and what you have to do is that use these common variables initially, use the common template initially, and apply them on a pilot of studies, and then keep on adding the variables as and when you see them. And then if the data is not extracted, many a times the original reviewers, the primary reviewers of a systematic review, do not have the time to actually do a data extraction, or they don't even have sometimes time to review the studies. So it is always better that if it is in a project mode, if a systematic review is being done in a project mode, whatever number of project staff you have, please train them to use this data extraction form to check for the external consistency, whether they are all on the same page, they are able to understand the subject quite well, and that is how you will have to freeze the data extraction form. It is actually an evolving process, but at some point of time the data extraction form has to be freezed. Two persons should independently extract data from the primary studies to reduce errors, and it checks for the subjectivity also, how they extract the form. And the third reviewer would be the primary systematic reviewer, the primary author of the review, who will use himself, or who will give time only to resolve some agreements between the two other data extractors. So remember that if it is in a project mode, all project staff should be properly trained. And for sometimes what happens is that there are some important data that is missing in the paper and which is essential for your review, then you will have to go back to the primary author, write to them and see if he is able to provide you that data that you require. As much as possible, try to contact the primary authors. If not, then you will have to drop that variable from the review. This is just an example. It was difficult for me to get full text. Then yesterday only I discovered a website, but this example tells you this is a comparative randomized control trial of homeopathy versus allopathy in acute otitis media and its recurrence in children. Just in the abstract itself, a lot of information is there. You can see the population that is being covered, what age group they are being covered, what health condition is being studied, how much is the duration of the treatment, and what treatments are being given. So from the abstract itself, a lot of data can be extracted and put into the data extraction form. So this is one example. This is your study? Acha, Roja, yeah, very good. So I didn't see that. So this is the kind of data that you require, and that will be useful. And the results, everything should be extracted on the same sheet. Also remember, then when two people are extracting data, they should extract the data independently of each other. एक ने कर दिया वो कॉपी नहीं करना. You have to independently extract the data and then sit together, and wherever there are disagreements, you resolve it. That's how it will be done. These are some other examples that could be used. For example, if data is being segregated into different domains, say the study identification, you give an ID to each study. Once the list of included studies are ready, then give an ID number to each included study, and that is your ID number that is given here in the study identification domain. Are you all there with me? If you have any doubts, you can always stand up and ask. Okay? So study ID is there, the author name, the year of publication, the country where it has been done, which journal, and the funding agency. Then the study design, whether it is an RCT, is it a single arm RCT, or is it a double arm RCT, is it a randomized control trial, the type of design, and the setting, whether it has been done in a hospital or has it been done in a community, was it a multicentric study, all these details, and the participants, the sample size, the criteria of inclusion, whether males or females, if males how many, if females how many, what are the mean age, all those details. The intervention, whatever is the intervention, what is the dosage, potency, preparation, everything should be recorded in the data extraction form. And the comparator, we are focusing on RCTs today, more on RCTs, because RCTs are, why are we focusing on RCTs? They give you the highest level of evidence, right? So we can do for others also, but the focus is more on RCTs. Comparator would also be there. Then the outcomes evaluated, primary outcomes, secondary outcomes, results, whether there was any bias. We'll talk about it in our risk of bias section. And then the extractor's name and all the details. And this has, I have given the link here. I'll share the slides with you. You can go to the link, and it will give you more. It will give you more variables which can also be extracted for individual studies based on the type of review you are doing. This is the this is the discovery I did yesterday. There is a website called Homeopathy Research Institute. I'll click on this, and you will see the amount, the number of trials. If you really want to understand how homeopathic trials are done, you should go to this website. I'll just click on one. आ जाएगा खुले नहीं आपको क्लिक करना है उस पर, उसमें क्लिक करना है ना, ये जो है ना, इंटरनेट नहीं है इसमें, इंटरनेट है तो क्लिक क्यों नहीं होता, इसमें जाके खुलना चाहिए ना, वो खुल क्यों नहीं रहा, हाँ खुल गया ना. This is the website. This is the website, and here you have a whole lot of placebo controlled, randomized controlled trials on homeopathy. Many of them I have already, from here only I gave you all this. So you have to read each one of them. This is for you only. So you read each one of them. There are some systematic reviews also, but this is the website that you should go through. Okay, and this, it has other references also. See, 129 peer-reviewed placebo-controlled RCTs of homeopathic treatment all over the world, not only Indian studies. Go through this. There are Indian studies also in this. Please go through this, and we'll do a hands-on after some time, and there's a whole lot. So there are studies which are you just give your username and password, or I don't know whether you have to register or not. So you can register and you can read these. And there's one more. This is the entire set of resources. Yeah. So all the databases, everything is there. So please go through this. So then after that, okay. So now we take a break. So all of you have been divided into groups, isn't it? So you all listed those variables in your Excel sheet. So you read as a group, you read those papers and extract as much of information as possible into the Excel sheet. The rest of your time is only on this. Sit together, read it, and extract as much of. If you need additional columns, please make additional columns. One article per group. So you've been shared, Surbhi, you have shared all the 6 articles with them, or individual group has one article? One article. Okay, so whatever article you have been given yesterday, please read those, and one of you has to come and present. One of you in the group has to come and present here. बस सब करो. So it's 10:50 now. How much time should we take? Half an hour? हाफ एन आवर में हो जाएगा. वो तो पढ़ोगे जितनी जल्दी करोगे उतना अच्छा. यू कीप ऑन एडिंग जैसे जैसे. So they would have read it once. So can we continue at 11:15 again? How much time do I have? What is my session time? 11:45. 11. Okay. So what we do is take about 15-20 minutes. We'll take 20 minutes. We'll take 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, you have to gather as much of data from your paper. Or maybe if one of you can't present, at least you keep your data extraction sheet ready. Right? If you have any doubts, leave it. If you have doubts on the risk of bias items, please leave it. It is 10:55. It is 10:55, and at 11:10 we'll come back again with the critical appraisal process. One of you read the paper and the other one will enter the data in the Excel sheet. Let me try to pull you out of this slowly. We have 3 more minutes because I have a lot to cover. But I'm sure you all would be finding it very interesting to go through the paper, understand the paper, and extract relevant information. And this is what you have to do in a systematic review. You have to go through the entire paper, read it thoroughly, not once. एक बार में नहीं होता data extraction. एक बार में data extraction नहीं होता. You will have to read it several times. Okay, but this whole process of engaging yourself in reading the paper is what is required. Okay, so we slowly come out of this. Your paper अपने RCT से बाहर आ जाओ, धीरे धीरे धीरे. So complete it when you find time later, and please go through the links that I'll share with you, because there are lots and lots of homeopathic trials. You must go through them. चलो बाहर आ जाओ सारे, धीरे धीरे बाहर आ जाओ. Please complete it when you go home or maybe later. Okay, shall we go back to my presentation? Okay, so now another topic that is so this is how you extract data. Go into the paper, extract as much of information as possible.
Perhaps they are not very clear what should be mentioned under that.
Yeah.
So if just the headers you can explain.
Should I go back to those?
Yes, ma'am. If just some of the headers are like a little unclear, so.
Is this fine? The source, the sequence generation part is all about risk of bias, so we'll do it later. I am taking it up now. But in the study design, you have identified the study design, right? Whether it is an RCT or a single arm study or whatever. The sequence generation, allocation, sequence concealment, blinding, other concerns of bias is what we are going to do now. So you can leave them. But then comes the outcomes, how the outcomes have been defined. That is very important. How each one of them has been collected. Was it collected by the investigator himself, or was there another assessor who collected the data after the outcomes were observed? And for each outcome, what was the definition that they used? That is very important. What was the level of measurement? Was it in percentages or was it measured outcome? Right? Whatever, yeah.
The difference between outcome and outcome definition, like outcome can be a scale. So
outcome is just the outcome. It could be SBP or DBP or whatever. And how do they define SBP and DBP? That is also very important. That comes in the methodology section.
Right.
So the definitions. Because every definition, every author would be using sometimes a different definition for an outcome. So that needs to be clearly specified.
For example, if we have taken blood pressure, so blood pressure is the outcome, and
whichever
what range we have taken is the outcome definition. Is that so?
No. Which guideline do you follow? Earlier there was some GNC, some
DSM
guideline.
criteria or whatever criteria. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what guideline do you follow?
Okay.
It could be for any outcome. Or if there is no such guideline, it is a standard outcome, then you leave it empty. Okay. And what level of measurement? Was it in centimeters, millimeters, or was it in percentages? Was it, a measured outcome or a categorical outcome? All those things have to be given. Then did they use any scales? In certain situations, you use some scales, some measurement scales. That needs to be written up. Then the second one is participants. All this is clear. The criteria, what treatment regimen, age, gender, country, whether there was any comorbidity in the participants, whether they belong to a certain socio-economic group, the date of study, very important, when was the survey done or the study was done, what were the interventions, what were the control groups, what was the specific intervention, what were the details of the intervention, routes of delivery, treatment regimen, dosages, timing, frequency, everything should be recorded. Then the results, how many were in the intervention group, how many in the control group, what were the numbers in each group, were there any missing participants, there was loss to follow up, all those details and the data for each one of them. If it is a measured outcome, it will be written as mean and standard deviations. If they are counts, then you have to give it in percentages or frequencies, right? And what did they have? Did they report the confidence interval or the p-value? Was there any subgroup analysis done? All those things, and the source of funding, everything. Okay? So some of them won't be there, yeah.
Saying all these aspects should be there. So, like at many times, it so happens that the protocol is also published. So when we are coming to after the study, when we are giving all these details, and in some of the articles what I have seen and I have also followed in
They
one of
refer
mine,
to the protocol.
refer to the protocol, so all that description is there. So we may not find all these things in
You'll have to
the...
refer to the protocol then.
Yes, ma'am, we have to
We have
refer.
to
So
refer to the
when we are going through one article like this and we are not finding all these details, so we need to go back to the protocol basically.
Protocol if it is published.
If it is
Yes.
published.
Because
so
this is-
what is the good way of doing it?
Good practice is to go back to the protocol, yes.
Or otherwise we have to describe everything again in the article when we are publishing.
No, but you know what? When you publish the systematic review, there is one single table that is characteristics of the studies or characteristics of the study population. There you will have to give all these characteristics.
Ma'am, that I agree. That I understood. That for systematic review, we have to get back to the protocol if it is published and get all these data and filled. But what I am asking is, we have published the protocol, and now when we are publishing the research article outcome and all these things, so we are just mentioning in a sentence that, so what is a good habit? Whether we should take all the methodology and present it here as well in the original article?
For the sake of completion.
Okay, ma'am.
Article where you extract the data. Many times what happen if the protocol published also, you can go and refer. Sometimes what you mention in the protocol when you publish the original article, maybe
There may be
some
deviation
deviation
in
is
the-
there.
Huh.
So it is ideally you should go the article. So whichever article is available and you extract the data. Then if it is not available, you can mention NA not available. And maybe you may not consider for your meta-analysis, you will be say, okay, there is study available. For systematic review, we got 24 studies. However, for meta-analysis, we take only 10 studies. Remaining studies are not clear. Even in the exclusion time also, you can exclude based on this unavailability or unclear. You can exclude also. But often the protocol and that sometimes
The data
before it
extraction
is published
sheet
also.
should,
Okay.
as far as possible, be complete.
Okay, ma'am. And again, if the protocol is not published, but the CTRI registration number is there, so going back to the CTRI and looking for these aspects over there also, is it
Whichever way,
Okay.
you have to complete the data extraction form.
right? Thank
And
you.
sometimes, many a times, in fact, as it has to go as an appendix,
Right.
as a
Right.
supplementary file in the publication.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
it is necessary that you complete the whole extraction form. So now we understand one more concept which is very important, and we call. Okay.
Ma'am, there is one request from Dr. Kaushal Kumar Savera that can you please share the data extraction Excel sheet to online audience also?
So whoever has made it can share. They have to use this set of variables and create a data extraction sheet. And there is no standard data extraction sheet. That is for sure. You will have to keep changing it depending on the review and the research question. So we come to another important concept. Yes. If it is a follow-up study, then you may be looking at the outcome assessment would have been done after certain points of time. So that is what is there in the time point. If it is a single study and you observe it only at one point of time, you can leave this. Okay?
Geeta, to
Yes?
Time point collected and reported. What is the difference?
Then it is mentioned in the methodology itself that you start at this point, because in RCTs you start, the starting time is also given, and for how much time the intervention goes is also given.
Okay.
If it is given, then you please say that it's given, otherwise you leave it empty.
Ma'am,
Not all
like
the-
time point collected, so monthly follow-up was done for 6 months. So time point collected monthly and
the
time
total
point
time
reported
duration is 6
6
months.
months.
Yes.
Reported is 6 months.
Yes.
Okay.
Provided it's a standard template including many things. So once you get your studies, then you prepare your own matrix. What are the key point need for my studies?
Yeah.
So if you think that okay, my time point is not important for this study, suppose you are doing any quasi experimental studies, they measure the outcome in periodic way. Then you have to mention that in your sheet. If they see only in the control group and that, maybe you not. Or you are saying that any data collection period, when the data collection started or study conducted. So many time, once you have a big sheet, you can prepare a sheet and you can discuss along with your team. Then you can redesign the Excel sheet. It's vary from different study to study.
And
There
you
is
may
no
have to
cost.
add a few more variables according to your review. Usually the data extraction sheet goes in several columns. It's a huge big Excel sheet. Okay.
So just a small filler from my side, that nowadays rather than selecting outcomes randomly, there is an outcome prioritization exercise also which is being done, because not all outcomes are important. There are some critical outcomes for which the data extraction is a must, and a lot of people collect more than necessary data, and then they publish the systematic review in parts, and then they publish it as a subgroup. So that also is a growing practice nowadays. So what we normally encourage is, suppose if you have taken a couple of review questions within the review itself, by making them as objective primary, objective secondary. So we encourage that after having published your protocol, deviations from protocol are never encouraged. So whatever you have stated in the protocol, registered in Prospero, so at least that is something that you are supposed to publish. This is sort of a commitment that has been done. But after the data extraction has been done for the primary and stated objective, if there are some subgroups analysis that you would want to do, if you want to do some sensitivity analysis along with the subgroup analysis, both of the things are possible. And the people have published couple of reviews, reviews within the reviews. So that's also done.
Okay. So shall we start now? So we go to the critical appraisal process. The critical appraisal process is a structured evaluation of the research
one
evidence.
last query,
Yes,
please.
yes, yes.
Your mic is not turned on. Please turn it on. Long press that button.
Hello. Ma'am, I wish to confirm that we mentioned treatment in the participant segment also, as well as in the intervention segment also. So how do we differentiate the data?
No, skip it. Maybe I am wrong. I have repeated it. So you just look at the treatment in the intervention section. Okay. Okay, so this is an exhaustive list. You can reduce it, you can increase it, but this is how you have to do. So the other process that we have been speaking about is a critical appraisal process, which is actually evaluating the research paper for its validity. Validity means internal validity. Reliability means external validity, and relevance for your settings and for clinical and policy decisions, which is a very key step in an evidence-based practice, and especially in systematic reviews, because as you will see from the HRI register, you pull out any systematic review, not all published systematic reviews are methodologically sound. So it is essential that we do a critical appraisal of the primary studies first and include only those studies which are of good quality, of high quality, and remove the others one. Don't remove them, don't exclude them, but at least include your review with these good quality studies. But then you also do a sensitivity analysis and see if these studies, the low quality studies, are included in the review, how does it affect the outcome. So that is what we do in a critical appraisal, and the process is to systematically examine the research studies to look for its internal validity. The questions like, are the study methods rigorous and are free from bias? Then external validity, can you generalize it in your kind of setting, in a target population like yours? And applicability, are the findings relevant for any specific context, specific subgroup of population, or a specific setting? Why is it important? It is important because it helps in identifying the bias in research design. Bias is a very specific term. We'll understand what it is in the research design, in the conduct of the study, and in the reporting of the study. It ensures decisions are based on very high quality evidence, and we do not base our review on flawed studies, on studies which are of low quality, and thereby improves the systematic review and meta-analysis, accuracy of that. Now, there are two schools of thought about critical appraisal. If you have to do a Cochrane kind of systematic review, then they emphasize only on risk of bias tool, which is the ROB2 tool. If you are a Robbins tool for non-randomized studies. So the Cochrane handbook always says, earlier they used to talk about critical appraisal as an approach and risk of bias as a tool, and then you have to do broadly as critical appraisal and then narrow down to a ROB tool. But Cochrane recommends that a ROB tool is enough. We do not need to do a scoring like we used to do earlier on a quality assessment of the primary studies. Okay, but if you use the JBI tool, JBI is also publishing critical appraisal tools for all kinds of studies. All kinds of studies, JBI, if you go to the Jonah Briggs Institute website, it has critical appraisal tools for all types of study designs, and it says that they still advocate the critical appraisal process. They have their own ROB tool, but they still follow the critical appraisal process for testing the trustworthiness and relevance of the studies, and they provide the critical appraisal tools for all types of studies. If you are doing an RCT, you can follow the RCT critical appraisal of JBI. It's as good as ROB. It's less difficult. If you are not doing if you are doing a non-Cochrane kind of systematic review, you can use JBI tool also. And unlike Cochrane, JBI does not limit to only risk of bias assessment. It uses a broader framework to judge the quality of the studies. And when is each of these important? If you are doing, the goal is to conduct a systematic review, Cochrane intervention systematic review. If your evidence goes into a clinical guideline where internal validity is very critical, please use the Cochrane ROB to risk of bias. Got it? So, but all systematic reviews don't go into a clinical guideline. We are focused, some people just publish it. Every systematic review does not need to go into a clinical guideline. If you are just doing a systematic review for assessing the public health intervention, then you can use ROB2 also. But then ROB2 focuses only on the internal validity, on the systemic variations or the bias in individual studies. Bias is systemic variation across studies. Understood? Huh?
ROB is not required for all the studies you are
Not all studies. You can do an ROB if you want
yeah,
to.
but if we so there is like the credibility of systematic review will not go down if
Not
ROB
at
is
all.
not mentioned.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. If you are focusing on a Cochrane-like systematic review, you can use a ROB2. But that doesn't mean you cannot do other critical appraisal tools. If you, for a student, for example, he is doing a systematic, he is learning how to conduct a systematic review. ROB2 is difficult. And especially in homeopathic trials, you may not be able to fulfill some of the criteria that ROB2 requires. So in such cases, JBI tools are easier ones. Use them, learn from JBI tools, and then gradually go to ROB2.
And ma'am, is there any minimum sample size that's required to apply these?
Sample size has nothing to do with critical
the
appraisal
individual,
tools. Sample size is more on this study design.
No,
On the study design.
Minimum number of studies I mean to ask during the review.
No, nothing. Even you can publish a systematic review with 2-3 studies also.
Because a lot of people from homeopathic background are here, like Cochrane is gold standard, we know, followed by JBI, which is, the poor man's Cochrane, if we can say so. But why not we develop, you think about it, make a group, make a critical appraisal tool in homeopathic clinical trial yourself. Who knows that it can become a tool in the time to come for your own self, because the clinical trials which are done in the area of homeopathy, they are not sometimes, not always, sometimes not done as rigorously and as exhaustively as they are done in other branches. The reason being, placebo effect is very high. It's about 60%, sometimes 70%. But this does not mean that the active component is not there. So we are not saying that at all. So when we know that, the fundamental principle is that if you dilute a drug in terms of its strength, then its potency increases, which is contrary to the popular belief that if you reduce the dose, potency decreases. So when we know that two interventions are in contravention to each other, so why not to have our own tool, and that actually evaluates the risk of bias, and then you can do a agreement between the two. Cohen's scale could be applied between the two and see what is the level of agreement between the two. So I mean, just a food for thought, and it can be thought about, because this issue, madam has rightly pointed out, that sometimes when the trials are not done rigorously, then Cochrane, there are points that we will not be able to fill them up properly. And even when it comes to ROB2, it is also almost as rigorous as Cochrane in many ways. So better to develop a scale. It may not be a rocket science to develop a scale though. Thank you.
Okay.
What I think now, you can go through the other studies, what usually they use the current existing tool. So if you feel like rightly sir point out, if you feel okay, this tool cover this many points, some extra point which homeopathy specific is not, then you can mention in your methodology sections, or you can write a paragraph on the result section also. In addition to this, we can also see these are the things, limitation on strength or that. You can mention also these are studies address this point and these are not addressed. So you can always go beyond the tool.
Okay.
And maybe adaptation.
So ROB2
adaptation
is
could be
tough.
one solution.
ROB1 was tough, but ROB2 is tougher. So the thing is that, but if you want to learn with the toughest one, why not? But then you won't have enough trials to try with it. So it's better that you use a simpler tool first and then graduate to ROB2 later. But I'll show you both. So now this is what it is. And when do we use a JBI tool? When the focus is a broader one, where the focus is more on critical appraisal, not only the internal validity that the ROB tool gives you, but also the external validity and the applicability, and along with the methodological rigor. So JBI, as I said, has all types of tools, and it is preferred. And as Dr. Sahu will agree with me, when you are doing a qualitative synthesis, then also JBI tool is good. For HTA, for health economic evaluations, also JBI has its own tools. And so therefore, depending on the requirement and the rigorousness of approach that you want to start, and considering that you are a beginner in this, it's better to use a simpler tool first and graduate to ROB. ROB is considered the gold standard. Okay? Agreed? Any questions? Okay. Now, what are the steps in a critical appraisal? So I continue to use the critical appraisal word, one, because it's a broader framework, and second, that ROB2 is a subset of critical appraisal. Okay, ROB2 doesn't cover many things. What it doesn't cover, we'll see. So critical appraisal step is that depending on the type of review and the type of primary studies that go into your review, you decide on the tool. Go to the website, any of these, there are many other tools. I'll show you the list of other tools also, depending on the study design. Go to that website, pull down that tool and read it, understand all this, apply it on 1 or 2 primary studies to learn. Okay, so once you practice on it, then it will be easy for you. And please remember, whatever you do in a systematic review has to be well documented. For example, if you start a systematic review and at some point of time you leave it, let the other person not start reinventing the wheel. He can start from the point from where you have left. So please document. Everything should be documented. Who are the team members? Who are the reviewers? You have to decide a priori who will be the reviewers of your study. So put everything down. All data extraction form has to be documented, and all these things, whatever papers you have pulled out, the hard copies or the soft copies or the PDFs have to be placed in one place. Everything should be well documented. Okay, so select an appropriate tool, choose a checklist, which checklist you want to follow. That I'll show you, ROB or JBI or CASP or whatever. Assess the methodological quality, check for randomization. Since we are talking about randomized control trials, look for randomization, allocation, blinding, follow-up completeness, whether a proper statistical analysis has been followed or not, have they reported transparently or they have hidden some facts that needs to be seen, and rate the study for its quality, and base your checklist as yes, no, unclear. We'll see how a ROB2 works. Then decide on the quality, whether it is of high quality, of moderate quality or low quality. Grade them and document your findings and record the appraisal outcome and justify for your decision. There is one column where you have to give as remarks why you said this. If it is unclear, why is it unclear? Please record everything and keep it ready. Reporting, sometimes what happens, you would have started with 200 individuals, but when you report only for the data of 150. What happened to the remaining 50? Huh?
This, as a reviewer, this we have to match with the CTRA or some registry where the trial was registered, no? How would we?
Yes.
Because that has to be cross-verified then.
Yes. No, even in the methodology, he would have started with 200. He says that we started with 200, but when you report the findings in the result section, you would have mentioned only 150. He doesn't talk about the remaining. Sometimes he cherry picks certain outcomes and reports that only. That is another reporting problem, reporting bias. Okay. So in a way, we are looking at different biases in the study and then grading them as low risk or high risk or moderate risk. Okay. So that is the only way, this is a method of identifying bias. You are not the primary author of the study, right? So when you are reviewing something, you should know how there should be a tool by which you extract maximum biases from that paper and you cannot do anything about it because the paper is already published. But when you put them, when you include them in your review, at least you can say that this is a low quality paper and I will not like to include that because it will spoil my evidence, right? So that gives you a choice by using the tools here. Then finally, include those studies which are of good quality, and you have a choice to drop those studies which are of low quality. They are included as per your eligibility criteria. You may have 60 studies which fulfill all your eligibility criteria, out of which only 30 are of good quality studies. The remaining are of not of good quality. You can do a subgroup analysis, one with all of them and one after removing the low quality studies. So the purpose is of a systematic reviewer is to see all kinds of scenario and present it to the audience like a guideline. The audience is not there to come back to you to ask questions, right? So you have to give them, it's like a guideline. So you give them in a very transparent manner whatever you have analyzed. Okay? So if you have low quality studies, take them separately or add one by one and see. All that analysis has to be done repeatedly. So that is what we do. You always remember that have a statistician in your group. Very important. Because the analysis part you may not know. He will do it better. Then we come to the risk of bias. So critical appraisal method is a larger framework. It includes everything, the internal validity, the external validity, as well as the completeness of the study. And bias is actually, it refers to the factors that could individually affect the outcomes at some point of time. It may affect the outcome because of that bias. There are different types of biases, we will see what they are, and these could result in inaccurate outcomes, and if you draw conclusion from those inaccurate outcomes, your evidence is going to be haywire. So we remember that we grade them according to the number of biases they have. So what are the different types of biases? The different types of biases, and I have tried to draw examples from homeopathy. If I am wrong, please excuse me because I haven't done work on homeopathy trials. But the selection bias, for example, the first bias is the selection bias, which is actually a systematic difference in the baseline characteristics. When you do an RCT, the control group and the potential experimental group have to be similar in all things, except one gets the intervention and the other doesn't. Except for that, all other things should be similar. But if the baseline characteristic itself in the two groups is different, it would lead to selection bias. Okay, so example here is in a cough syrup trial. On Monday, patients have milder symptoms than on Tuesday. So if you give the treatment on Monday and the control intervention is given on Tuesday, then the conclusions would be wrong. It will either overestimate or underestimate the outcome. Second one is the performance bias. The performance bias says that there is systematic differences in the care or attention that is given to the individuals in the treatment group vis-a-vis the control group. Suppose, for example, the doctor spends more time advising the treatment group on the skin care during a cream trial. A cream trial is going on and the intervention group the doctor is spending more time explaining the outcomes or the effects of the cream or how to apply, and in the placebo group or in the control group he doesn't spend that much of time, then probably the outcomes could be wrong. Why not? Achha, the doctor is also blinded.
Double-blinded studies, these problems
it
will
may
not
not come. Yeah, that is also part of the design. Yes. So it may show an improvement. Then the third one is the detection bias. When the outcome assessor knows that this particular patient is in the intervention group, or he knows that he has not got the intervention. For example, the assessor rates allergy symptoms lower for patients when they know that they are going into the homeopathy group vis-a-vis the allopathic group. So if that is so, again it will affect the outcome. Bias means something that affects the outcome, right? Then the attrition bias, many of the patients leave the group because of several reasons, and this must be very common in homeopathy. They start with homeopathy, they don't see any effect, and they immediately go to a allopathy group. That is called attrition. Okay. And the reporting bias. The reporting bias is what we spoke about the selective reporting, only reporting certain outcomes which are showing positive results vis-a-vis those which do not show so much positive result. So the investigator or the reviewer tries to hide information. That is what is reporting bias. And why do we do a risk of bias assessment? One, for trustworthiness, it helps in determining how much confidence we have from these study findings. It identifies limitations if the study has some weaknesses in study design, in blinding, or in sequence allocation. It is identified here. You can check that, and it helps in interpretation of the results also. If you have studies which have been included, all of them are with high bias, then you have to take caution in interpreting the results from these studies also. There is transparency, and it informs the recommendations, and it also helps in weighing in data synthesis. You give more weight to those which are of high quality vis-a-vis lower weight to low quality. At the time of synthesizing the information, statistically also it is very useful. Okay? Any questions? Are you with me? Is it clear? हाँ, absorb कर लो.
Actually, what I don't know in homeopathy, MD or that there is epidemiology topic is there since, but what I thought, if you are assessing the RCT, if you don't know the detailed study design of RCT and types of study design, so then again it is very difficult. So here epidemiological understanding is very important for data extraction as well as also quality assessment. So what I suggest, suppose if you thought to do systematic review in RCT, then quality assessment before taking the tool, then you can thoroughly study what is the common terminology used in RCT. Otherwise you feel very difficult. It's a double blinded or not. If I don't know what is blinded, double blinded or not, then how can you answer? Then it will be mislead. So that's why in the day one we say collaboration. So that's why we found out to some persons who will be very good at epidemiology, or you can find out some epidemiological persons, they will help you, or they will at least help you to quality assessment of the studies. So that is the mean of teamwork. You can combine the different experts in the group. Otherwise, you can master yourself. So I guess you study most epidemiology since many RCT and other design you are doing. So that is very important.
Dr. Sahu, I can read between the lines. He is asking you to conduct another workshop with epidemiology, and you should invite him also. So we'll give you more faculties also. We have very good faculties who can teach you RCTs. Okay.
Ma'am, when we are trying to assess the risk of bias, we are repeatedly saying that the study will be interpreting as low quality study or high quality study. So we are extracting the data, like several parameters we have seen. But what will be the thumb rules to conclude whether this study is a low quality study or a high quality study?
आएगा. ये हो गया absorb? कर लिया? चलो. मेरे को देखो 15 मिनट लेट शुरू किया था तो 12 बजे तक मैं करूँगी. डॉक्टर सच्चिदानंद इज हियर. ठीक है. So this is what, to ensure that the assessments, what is it? To ensure that the assessments are thorough and consistent and as objective as possible, it is not recommended that you create your own assessment tool. If this is just against what he said. So, but agar homeopathy mein, if you want an assessment tool, you can always create one, but it should be based on consensus. You can do it. So, as far as possible, we have a lot of published assessment tools. Use them and see where is it lacking. Okay. Now, these are the different types of tools for different study designs. Not all of them are useful, but if we are talking only, the red ones are the ones that I have highlighted, primarily because our focus is on RCTs now. I don't think you have prevalence studies में homeopathy का कोई मतलब नहीं है, because prevalence studies is prevalence study, isn't it? But for any disease you need to do a prevalence study first. Then, so primarily the homeopathic studies are for intervention studies only. So our focus is more on intervention studies. So we'll look at ROB2 tool. We will also look at, yesterday we understand that not all homeopathic published studies are properly done RCTs. They are case series also. They could be case series, they could be anecdotal studies. So I was just looking for literature whether there is any checklist or appraisal tool for case series. JBI has a appraisal tool for case series also. Try to use that in your anecdotal studies and see if it is useful. So see, these are some of the studies. The highlighted ones are the ones we are going to see. Okay. Now let me click on this. This is a risk of bias tool, Cochrane risk of bias tool. So when I click on this, I come to this website. So in this website you see ROB2 tool, which is revised recently a few years back. Robbins tool for studies that are on non-randomized studies, but on exposures, not on interventions. Intervention is another type of exposure though. Then you have missing evidence synthesis, ROB. Then Robbins tool for non-randomized studies. Now remember, non-randomized studies are also trials. Only thing is that they have not followed a randomization procedure. So the kind of studies that you would usually get in homeopathy are not non-randomized studies. They are case series, anecdotal evidence, maybe done on a small number of people. They wouldn't have followed all those procedures as we follow in an RCT. So we will have to take a very cautionary step when we use Robbins tool for non-randomized homeopathic studies. Okay, you'll have to look at them very carefully. I am just giving you we are sensitizing you with all these. Then you'll have to go back home and do your homework. But let's now, for the time being, look at ROB2 risk of bias randomized. This is the highest grade, highest level of tool, and see if we can open it. Now, before we go into the tool, the tool is earlier I have shared with you that Excel sheet, isn't it? ROB2 Excel sheet. It's there with you, no? It's there with you. So before we go into that, I think we should understand the crib sheet. The crib sheet of the ROB2 tool. Very essential to understand this crib sheet. Can you see this? So we understand this step by step before we actually try to apply it. So this is the first step in the ROB2 tool. It asks whether the study design is an individual randomized parallel group study or a cluster randomized or individually randomized crossover trial. You'll have to check this. Then what is the experimental and what is the control, that also is given here. I need a mouse here. I'm not able to control it. Do you have a mouse? Okay. So we write the experimental intervention name, the comparator, specify which outcome is being assessed for the risk of bias. So outcome wise, you can assess the risk of bias in the risk of bias table. Then whether the aim is to assess the effect of adhering to the intervention, whether you'll have to check this. Before coming to this, I'll show you the graph here. This is very important. So there are 5 domains in a ROB2 tool. These are the 5 domains. The first domain is the randomization process, risk of bias arising from randomization. So the question that you asked, that which one will go into the high risk group, which one will go into the low risk group, is answered here. Depending on the response you give for these questions in the ROB2 tool, it will automatically put them into the high risk or the low risk group. For example, was the allocation sequence random? If you say yes clearly, then it is high risk or low risk? Low risk. And if you say probably not, so it could be either ways. It could be some concern. Similarly, the second question, was the allocation sequence concealed until the participants were enrolled and assigned to interventions? If it's a clear yes, low risk. So the yes ones are given as green here, see. So these are all low risk ones. But if there is a probably no or a no, then definitely it will go as a moderate risk or a high risk. These are some of the questions that are there in the first domain. You will have to answer them, but I would go into this. Can you see all of them? This flow chart where all these questions that you had in the previous page are there. The first question is allocation sequence random or not. If it is yes, then it will go to the next question. Baseline imbalance suggests a problem. This is 1.2. Say for example 1.1 is allocation yes, so it will go to the 1.3, that is the first domain, item number 3. If it is allocation sequence is concealed, if it is yes, then definitely it is a yes here, and it goes, you start with allocation concealment and it goes to the sequence allocation randomness. And if it is no, that means there is some concern here. Okay. Similarly, the second question is on baseline imbalance suggests a problem. If it says yes, then there is a very high risk, because there are imbalances in the baseline itself. The groups that have been assigned the intervention and the control, they are different groups. If that is so, it is a high risk. There is a concern and it is of high risk. Okay. So you have to give your answers for all these questions above in the Excel sheet as yes, no, probably yes, probably no. Okay. So NI is something. What is NI? No information. NI is no information. Okay. So this way the first domain is covered. Then comes and this domain talks about only the randomization process. The second domain is whether it has been, there is a deviation from the intended interventions, whether the effect assignment has been deviated from the protocol or from the initial assessment. Were the participants aware of their assigned intervention during the trial? Yes, no, probably yes, probably no. Were the carers and people delivering the interventions aware of the participants? It's talking about blinded. Do they, or allocation concealment? So here the questions have to be answered as yes, no only. Simple yes or no. Okay. And then you'll have to understand the question. This script sheet gives you details about how to understand the question and what to answer for each of these items. And then you give that answer. But remember that your risk of bias tool should be complete, then only that traffic light graph will come. Otherwise the traffic light graph will not come if the items are vacant or empty. So this is the second domain, and there is this script sheet also explains everything. Are the participants aware of it? If they are aware, both of them are aware, then personnel aware of the intervention, the assessors are aware of the intervention. So accordingly it goes into the low risk. So this explains the way the tool assigns them into low and high risk. Okay, got it? Tough है ना? टफ है ना? टफ है. तो ये इसीलिए मैं कह रही थी इसको सीखने से पहले सिंपल वाला टूल करो. But let's understand this. Then comes the next one. Whether this is again domain 2 only. Next one is missing outcome data. We should know that you have started with X number of patients and in between they drop out and you don't talk about it in your paper. That's wrong. So if there is a missing observation, we should know what are the numbers which are missing, how many have been lost to follow up, and what have you done with those. So we start with X and you end with X only. Sometimes there are attritions. Then there are two types of analysis that can be done. One is intention to treat analysis and the other one is per protocol analysis. So you'll have to, that is for the primary researcher to do, not for a reviewer. Not for the reviewer. So we'll have to see what has he done. Has he, usually it is recommended that you do an intention to treat analysis. So you account for all those who have been randomized. You don't, the missing ones are not ignored. So you'll have to take them in the, so there are two case scenarios in intention to treat analysis. There could be a best case scenario, there could be a worst case scenario. Best case scenario would be as you intended, as per your hypothesis, and worst case scenario would be they fall in the other group, or the whatever outcomes you don't intend to have, they fall into that group. So you'll have to do all this analysis. That is a primary researcher who does it. But has he accounted for all that in the paper is what you have to see. Everything should be transparent. If it is not, then you say that it is not given and it is of high risk. Okay. So I am not going into the details of all this, but it is for you to read them and take your own RCT and do a critical appraisal of that. The RCT paper that was given to you, do a critical appraisal using ROB2 tool and see how much you achieve. Okay, the fourth domain is on the risk of bias on the measurement of the outcome. Was a method, appropriate method used for measuring the outcome? Could measurement or ascertainment of the outcome would have differed in the two groups? The intervention group, you measure it using some other tool. The control group you use using some other tool, or maybe the intervention group is asked to come multiple times for assessment and the comparator क्योंकि वो placebo है उसको बोलो एक बार आ जाओ last में एक बार आ जाना. Possible. So you'll have to see all that. Okay. And the next one is selection of the reporting bias. That is the reporting bias. Similarly, how much of reporting bias is there in the paper. So all these domains are covered in the risk of bias tool. So let us now go to that risk of bias. Is it there in this Surbhi? वो tool यहाँ इसमें नहीं है ना, Excel sheet. I'll have to download it, na? I'll download it. So meanwhile, those who have the laptops, try to open the tool. कोई नहीं हो जाएगा ये रहा खुल गया ना.
So this email that was sent on 12th August 5:16 p.m. with the title Important Updates and Reading Material for the Workshop. So all the attachments are in that email. So please go through that because you were requested to download all this in advance.
Here. So can you open this tool on Excel? Can you see this? Those who have your laptops, try to open it and go to ROB2 assessment form. ये चीज़ मेरे I could not. Any IT person, can you help me? Macro something is even at home I couldn't do this. You can overcome this. कुछ यहाँ ऑप्शंस में जाके करना पड़ता है.
मैम ओपन करना है.
हाँ इसको ओपन करना है, क्लिक करना तो वो कुछ आ रहा है.
नॉट क्लिकिंग.
ये आ रहा है ना. डिसेबल किया हुआ है ना मैक्रोस को, एनेबल कर दो मैक्रोस को. नो देयर इज गो टू ऑप्शंस आई थिंक. एनेबल मैक्रोस कुछ करना होता है. आईटी का कोई नहीं है यहाँ पे. इसमें जाके यहाँ जाके ऑप्शंस में जाके एनेबल मैक्रोस करना होता है. Try to open it. Has anybody tried to open it? Click. The macro may not be available in this workbook or all macros may be disabled. इसको enable कैसे करते हैं macros को? Does anybody know how to enable macros? एनेबल कंटेंट करो. एनेबल कंटेंट. हाँ हाँ आ गया सबको आ गया. नहीं आया? हाउ डिड यू डू इट? बताओ भाई, आप ही बताओ उनको बताओ.
फाइल पे राइट क्लिक करके नीचे प्रॉपर्टीज में जाएंगे आप. नीचे चेकबॉक्स आएगा एक, उस पर अनब्लॉक करके अप्लाई करके देन ओके. देन फाइल दोबारा आपको ओपन करनी पड़ेगी, फिर आपका चल जाएगा.
एनेबल मैक्रोस. फिर से बोलो.
फाइल पे राइट क्लिक करना है, प्रॉपर्टीज में जाना है.
प्रॉपर्टीज में जाओ, फिर
नीचे आपका एक चेकबॉक्स आएगा अनब्लॉक का.
अनब्लॉक करो उसको. प्रॉपर्टीज में जाके अनब्लॉक.
उसको चेक करो, देन अप्लाई करो, फिर ओके करो. फाइल को फिर ओपन करो.
राइट क्लिक. फाइल
पे क्लिक करके ऑल्ट एंटर आप प्रेस करेंगे ना. एक्सेल की फाइल जो मैम ने
ये देखो, ये दिख रहा है. इसको राइट क्लिक करो. प्रॉपर्टीज में जाओ. राइट क्लिक करके प्रॉपर्टीज में जाओ. प्रॉपर्टीज आएगा. यहाँ पे आके आप क्या करोगे?
यहीं पे ऑप्शन आया था अनब्लॉक का, अभी नहीं आ रहा.
हाँ, ये अनब्लॉक करके इधर आएगा एक ऑप्शन.
अनब्लॉक करके चेक करके अप्लाई करना है आपको, फिर ओके करके फाइल रीओपन करनी है.
ओके, फिर से करो, ब्लॉक करके करो. अब ब्लॉक भी होगा ना. अब नहीं, हो गया ना अनब्लॉक.
ये फाइल दोबारा डाउनलोड कर लीजिए.
अनब्लॉक
Apply.
अनटिक करो, टिक कर दो. फिर उसके बाद
Apply
करने
करके
के बाद
okay कर
फिर
दो.
से उसको ओपन डबल क्लिक करो.
अब
तो
फाइल
ये
ओपन कर
खुलने जाएगा. तो ऊपर फिर
So
ऊपर जाके एनेबल मैक्रोस करो.
we actually thank Dr. Arun Krishnan, in one of our online delegates who has told us this, how to do this, how to enable macros
Okay,
on our
good.
online. He's an
Good,
online
good, good.
delegate. Thank you, Dr. Arun Krishnan.
Okay. So those who have opened this is the exhaustive ROB2 tool, which has everything. You can start with your ID, assessment ID, give one ID to one article. So if you have 10 articles to review, give them your own IDs, whatever IDs you want to give, 1, 2, 3 or whatever. And then study ID, also give some number, study ID, who is the assessor, assessor number 1, assessor number 2, how many assessors are there, whether it is if it is an experimental, what experimental group, say X, Y. Okay, study ID, give some number, 0, 1, give some label, X, Y, whatever, A, B, C, D. Okay, assessor some number, say G1, GRM, and then specify which outcome. So you would have read the paper, you would have initially done a critical appraisal. That's why we say do a critical appraisal first and then go to ROB2. So you would have read it, so you know which outcome you are looking at. Some outcome, say whatever, say death for example. Then is the review team's aim for this result to assess? Is it to assignment to the intervention, intention to treat, or is it per protocol? So you will say intention to treat. Wait, you forget for the time being, we'll see what it is. If the aim is to assess the effect of adhering to intervention, occurrence of non-protocol interventions, failures in implementing the intervention, non-adherence to their assigned intervention. What is it? What is the aim? Say for example, you say occurrence of non-protocol interventions, failures in implementing that could have affected the outcome, non-adherence to their assigned intervention by participants. Tick any one of them, we'll see, I don't know. Before that, which of the following sources were obtained to help inform the, ये तो बाद में आएगा. Then randomization, the first domain. Primarily the interest is on the domain. Was the allocation sequence random? Use your own RCTs. अपनी RCTs को लेके इसको ROB करो उसका. That is the best thing to do because that is a realistic one. Was an allocation sequence random? If you say yes, say yes. Say for example, I am doing it randomly, I don't have an RCT. Was the allocation sequence concealed until participants were enrolled? You say probably yes. I don't know. Did the baseline differences between the intervention groups suggest a problem with the randomization process? I say no. Understand the question first and then give. Give some information. You have your own RCTs, na? Then what is the predicted direction of bias arising from the randomization? Okay, algorithm क्या है इसका? Low. Algorithm result says it is low. It is a low risk of bias. Yes. Which, what is it? Yes, your primary outcome will come. Okay. because your outcome is the primary outcome is the one that you're looking at. Okay. You have to keep trying it. Trial and error से ही सीखेंगे, है ना? तो then go to the domain 2. In domain 2 again there are many questions. Were the participants aware of their assigned intervention? Was it blinded? You say no. Were the caregivers and people delivering, is it double blinded? You say yes. If yes, then it will ask you more questions. Were the deviations from the intended intervention that arose because of the trial context? You have to read the trial and give that answer. Say something. If yes or y in py to 2.3, were the deviations likely to have affected the outcome? You say no. Was an appropriate analysis used to estimate the effect of assignment to the intervention? Say yes. So then click on the algorithm. Based on whatever algorithm it has, it will say some concerns, because you have given some answer which raises concerns. If you say, were these deviations likely to have, were the deviations from the intended intervention that arose because of the trial context? If you say no, probably it will be low. Got it? So this is how it will be. समझ आ रहा है? समझ आएगा, थोड़ी देर में आएगा, पर आएगा. What about the Excel sheet? Excel नहीं हो रहा? हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, होएगा, होएगा. What about others? Who were not able to open the Excel sheet? नहीं, अच्छा, वो ये बता देंगे, वो आप बता दो उनको कैसे किया. You can do it, because it is, you would have, it's difficult to open first, but there some corrections have to be done and it can be opened. It's very simple to open. क्या बता रहा है? What is it showing? No. Have you opened the Excel sheet? Then it can't open in PDF. No. आपने वहाँ रॉब में जाके कौन सा क्लिक किया? एक्सेल शीट नहीं किया. क्लिक ऑन द एक्सेल शीट. I have crossed my time. So you will have to do it. करना पड़ेगा. जब तक करोगे नहीं होगा. कर करके ही होगा. So I'm just giving you a demo of how to go about it, right? And once you understand the paper, ये answers आ जाएंगे आपके पास. Okay? ठीक है? This way you cover all the domains. Once you cover all the domains, let's just randomly do it. Okay? I'm just randomly I am doing it just to show what the traffic light will be. Dr. Sachidanand has already come, so I'll have to leave the floor. I'll leave the floor. 2 minutes, sir. Okay, so I'm just shall I close my, okay?
एंड कौन मैम को थैंक यू. इधर
Thank you so much, Dr. Menon, for that insightful and practical session. Your clear guidance and the hands-on activity have certainly deepened our understanding of this critical phase in the systematic review process. Thanks to all the participants also for your active engagement. Keep those questions and reflections coming as we move forward. Now handing over the mic to Dr. Shalini. The floor is yours.
Sir has just reached and he's taking time to settle down, so we'll resume the session in next 5 minutes.
Okay, suppose that when we are using PubMed search strategy, suppose you can have a mesh word also. You know mesh word. So in order to find the mesh word, there is a, you can go, PubMed mesh. You can find out what is the mesh term from homeopathy. Then you will be get all the article are fit in that mesh word. So you can use mesh. So yesterday we saw only general keyword search. Today we will show also mesh word. So what you do, I am not going complicated way. Simple, you can write here PubMed mesh. Okay, just use PubMed mesh. Then you got home mesh. Okay, so where you are not following me, please inform me. Okay, so now PubMed mesh. So type homeopathy, HO, any homeopathy. Now you just search. Okay, what is the spelling wrong here? HO, okay. दोनों ही कर देख ले तो दोनों में अलग है तो बट वॉट एवर द मेश वर्ड दे हैव सो इसे होम्योपैथी ओके सो हियर व्हाट इज द मेश फॉर द होम्योपैथी देन यू कैन से जस्ट हियर add search builder. So this is the homeopathy mesh. Now if I take this coffee just homeopathy mesh, I will search in my advanced search how many article I am getting. 5154. I think all the search strategy I developed for the homeopathy I have in that is in my system, my computer. So I am doing here only. So when we are using only homeopathy as a mesh word, so you have 5154 article only. Okay, using mesh word. Then I want to add other component also. Suppose I add or homeopathy and or other homeopathy spelling what do we have to do? HO MO. It's fine. Okay. So now I add. There are many is there. So what do you think? Now article will be increase or it will be same 5154. It will be increase. So I'm okay. Now I use mesh word. Now little bit increase. Now if you say homeopathy, therapy and all the things if you add on, then you will be get holistic search strategy. I already developed the search strategy for homeopathy. So now you got, now what you will do next steps, you want to save it. Once you save it, then you will be take to the remove duplication, then screening using RAN and all steps. So now how to save it? It's very simple format and you will be save it in RIS format. You can save it in a different format, but when you save it in RIS format, then it will be easy to import into the reference manager like Mendel or EndNote or Jotero, whatever using, or you can directly import to the RAN for screening, even for the Covidence, whatever using. Okay, so now just mark. So when I did, I cannot click on the save here. So I will be click on send to, then citation manager. Then I have to select all result on the page. If I select only all result in the page, only first page 20 articles. So you have to select here all results. Then I will just click on the create file. Okay, it is downloading. Yesterday we are not able to show it. PubMed homeopathy set. I don't know where it will be saved. So it is downloading that rich format. Remember the steps, no? send to, then citation manager, then say select all the result, then just create file. Then automatically it will be saved it in the RIS file. I will show the RIS file where it is saved in the download. I don't know. PubMed, homeopathy, RIS. No, I think. I don't, but RIS I got in my system. Can I connect otherwise my system?
Chrome से
No, RIS no need to download, na?
this one ना
हाँ, open.
what kind of file is
No, it will be automatically open. RIS you can say, but
different
anyone can try in your own system. I'll see, but it will be automatically give the RIS file. Then you have to open it. Can I connect otherwise my system? Got it? So the full strategy with mace, this one, home mace or homeopathy, and this all I will take. This one, okay? So, I can. But you can, those who are already logged in the system, you can try in your own system. Okay, now I develop, I just paste and just add search. How many article? Little bit, 7,271 article got, because I add mace and including all other terminology which yesterday we developed. Now same things I am doing, send to citation manager, then all results, then create file, where I will save, let it save it in the desktop. Okay. Now it's searching, it will save, so you will be get that funnel like ready, no? Okay. So now you saw that it is, in the RIS format, downloaded. Declare, no? Tell.
You can resume, sir. Just one.
So here you get the format, no? So this one. Huh? Yeah, you will be getting very easy steps. You can, I don't know why this system is not supported. Nothing, it's citation manager, just not transfer, just I save it in that. Okay. Now you got all the 7,000, whatever the article related to homeopathy published in the, you can.
Yeah, I'm sorry to really interfere like this, but our speaker for, Dr. Vikas Dikar, he is going to leave us now, and he's been there with us since yesterday and has been giving all the insightful inputs. So if, sir, you can just kind of stand once, and we would like to thank you for all your very enlightening inputs, sir. And we are really, really very fortunate to have you for 1.5 days practically. And sir has he has been telling me the great things that he is doing. He is actually developing all the national guidelines and all those things. So he's, it's very, difficult for him to kind of take out this much of time. But sir, we are very thankful to you and totally in gratitude for having you for all this time. And we'll have more of you for sure. Not that we know that, you are approachable despite your busy schedule. We are not going to leave you. So thank you. If we can just clap once again for sir, and thanks.
Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful being here, to say the least. I laud Dr. Harleen for the wonderful efforts, and also for wonderful show that she has put up. And putting all of you together, as we discussed yesterday, it may be the beginning, but obviously this is a small step. But journey of 1,000-mile, people say, starts with a single step. Kahin se to begin karna hai, beginning ho gayi hai. Just one more small thing, I had suggested her to make small groups of people who would do systematic review eventually, because learning is one thing, but implementing is another. So we must implement, and we must publish as well. Thank you very much.
Sir, ready na? Okay. So I think you got, I saw now how to do that. It is very easy steps. You got this, that 3 funnel. This is this format. Okay, I think you can try in your system. Another thing, just 2 minutes I will show. You can embase, how the embase database look. But Embase is not free. You have to access through. You have must ID login. So this is the how the Embase looks. So we can click on the advanced search. Then you put your search strategy. Then similarly you can save the whatever the record you search in this format. Then you import all this to the Ryan for screening. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. It's time for our second session, and I'm delighted to introduce someone who wears many hats: a surgeon, researcher, teacher, and innovator, all rolled into one. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Sachin Anand, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Pediatric Surgery, AIIMS, New Delhi. I would like to request Dr. Pritha Mehra, ma'am, Research Officer, CCRH, to kindly welcome Sachit, sir, with a flower bouquet and books published by CCRH as a token of gratitude. Dr. Sachidanand Sir is an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatric Surgery at AIIMS New Delhi with an MBBS and MCH in pediatric surgery. He has already authored an impressive 143 publication. He also leads the DHR Technical Resource Center at AIIMS as its principal investigator. His expertise covers pediatric urology and minimally invasive pediatric surgery, but his curiosity doesn't stop there. His research interests range from evidence-based medicine and study methodology in ergonomics in surgery, microbiome-based therapeutics, and precision medicine for congenital kidney diseases. So, whether it's the operating room or a research desk, Dr. Anand brings precision, dedication, and a drive for innovation. Sir will now help us navigate through the meta-analysis. In the session, you will learn what is meta-analysis and when to conduct one. We will also explore different types of effect sizes and modules. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for such a nice introduction, and it is a pleasure to be here. And such a coincidence that it is raining systematic reviews and it is raining today as well. So I am really sorry for the delay which happened because of my delay, and I should have planned better. So I'll be taking you through the most important part, and Professor Menon will be talking more about in detail the meta-analysis part. Probably where you will get the most awaited ornament, which is the diamond in a systematic review or meta-analysis, and diamond is all which catches our eye when we are focusing on the forest plot. So we'll be talking through it over the next couple of hours. So I'll be taking you through what is a meta-analysis, when to conduct this meta-analysis, understanding the concepts, which is effect sizes and the statistical models. So if we talk about meta-analysis, then it is just a portion or a part of systematic reviews. It is not that both are synonymous, or you will have to conduct a meta-analysis whenever you are conducting a systematic review. So it is just a part of a systematic review, which you may or may not be able to do in all systematic reviews. So it is a statistical process that combines data from multiple independent studies which are addressing the same research question. What is the purpose of doing a meta-analysis? So let me tell you that it's not just for publication. It is more than that. Obviously, in terms when you are looking for it for a publication part, then it will provide you a more precise estimate of the effect than any individual study alone. It will definitely resolve any disagreements or uncertainties, and it will identify the patterns where one study may be disagreeing with the other, and what are the patterns of heterogeneity among the studies. And the last and the most important thing is to inform the evidence-based practice and guidelines. What we think that our part as researchers finishes while we have conducted a meta-analysis and we have written the results section. But in my next talk, I'll be talking about that it is very important to discuss your results and present it in a manner that they are interpretable, and it can be used for modifying or improving the evidence-based practices. So, or to improve the guidelines which are already available. More to differentiate what is a systematic review and what is a meta-analysis. So, when will you conduct a systematic review and when will you conduct a meta-analysis? Obviously, it has been it might have been mentioned to you in the last 1.5 days that what are the areas and what are the conditions or prerequisites where you will perform a systematic review. So when the research question is well defined and consistent across all the studies, when there are multiple studies addressing the similar hypothesis or similar question, and the studies are methodologically sound, these three things are common for conducting a good systematic review and also for meta-analysis. But as meta-analysis is a part of a systematic review, meta-analysis has to be done only when there is A, sufficient data available, and B, when you can pool that sufficient data. So there might be scenarios that data is available with you, that different studies are talking about the same thing, but you can't pool them up together. Why? So the most important example which we give as research enthusiasts or statistical enthusiasts is that you can't pool apples and oranges. Why? Because it will make a fruit salad, and which you don't want. So if there are scenarios where you are ending up that you have no choice than to pool apples and oranges, then you need to define it, and you have to tell that yes, we are pooling them commonly in a basket, but the studies are quite heterogeneous. So that is where I would prefer not to perform a meta-analysis. Yes, they can be part of a same basket where a systematic review is performed, but I would prefer not to do a meta-analysis because that will direct the evidence in a way which is not sound, methodologically sound. So what if we cannot conduct a meta-analysis and we are ending up only just with systematic review? So narrative synthesis or synthesis without meta-analysis is as important as anything. So it is not your problem, or it's not, I would say, that negative point that you are not able to do a meta-analysis. Why? Because the evidence that is present or the literature that is present is not allowing you to pool the data. So what you can do, you can present it in a manner that you have synthesized the evidence, but it can't be present quantitatively. So you can do a systematic review without meta-analysis. So there are certain guidelines for systematic review without meta-analysis. I'll talk about it in my next presentation. And just as a feedback or a positive point, that almost 1/3 of the health-related systematic reviews cannot perform a meta-analysis either because the data can't be pooled or the data is insufficient, which I talked that where you have to conduct a systematic review or when you are unable to do a systematic review. Number one, that data is insufficient. Only 1 or 2 studies are talking about it or have presented the data. Number two, that you can't pool the data even if it is present. And it is satisfying that 1/3 of the health-related systematic reviews, they end up only with the narrative synthesis. But as systematic review enthusiasts, what we propose is that you have to mention this a priori at the protocol stage only, that whether you will be able to do a meta-analysis or not. So everything has to be drafted. What we call as systematic review enthusiasts or Cochrane authors, that this is not a rule, this is a code. So I hope that all of you have read Da Vinci Code. So the codes are quite specific. They are even more stricter and stringent than rules and regulations. So it's a code that you can't go back and change it. Yes, you can make amendments. You can't change it right away. You can make amendments to it, but you have to define it, that you'll be able to do a qualitative data presentation or qualitative plus quantitative. So this has to be decided a priori while you are at the protocol stage. So let us refresh. So all of you probably have seen this. What is this? Pyramid of evidence. Perfect. So my question to you is, if you are conducting a systematic review where you are anticipating as subject experts, you are all experts of homeopathy, that only randomized controlled trials will be present, because you all must be reading the literature which is pertinent to your expertise. So what will be the level of evidence in that? If you are anticipating systematic reviews of meta-analysis, so what will be the level of evidence? Topmost, because you are anticipating that I'll end up with RCTs, and when I am doing a systematic review, it will be at the summit. Okay. And what if that you are anticipating only cohort studies, and you have to do a systematic review of cohort studies or case control studies? Will those systematic reviews share the summit? One which is performed by a random, which is only including randomized controlled trials as the included studies, and the other which is including case control or cohort studies. So where will be the level of those systematic reviews? Somewhere below RCTs. I think that is the best answer. So this is what is the modified pyramid. And there are 14 or 15 modifications to the pyramid. I am sure that you must have read it in the literature. There are people who are proposing eminence-based medicine where they truncate it, and they call that it is a truncated pyramid. We don't include systematic reviews as the summit of the pyramid. We only end up with RCTs. I'm sure Professor Menon will know about it. So, yeah, it's a lens also. So they call it as an abbreviated pyramid, a truncated pyramid. So there are modifications to it. But my point of introducing this to you is that if you are ending up with only cohort studies as your included studies, obviously the systematic review you are performing will be synthesizing the evidence and will be giving you a nutshell picture than you are focusing on any of the cohort study in person. But this would have a level which is obviously lower than an individual randomized control trial. So this is very important, because sometimes when you are presenting, then you forget and you say that this has a level 1 evidence, but only that systematic review is only including cohort studies. So that's why, and another question to you is, if it is including RCTs as well as cohort studies, then where will be the level? So that way it is a bit a gray zone and an area of conflict. Some of the journals or some of the enthusiasts, they mention that you have to display the highest level of evidence. If it is including only one RCT and 7 or 8 cohort studies, then it is level 1, obviously, or level 1A, obviously. But some of them would correspond it or would mention it at the same level as the randomized control trial, or some of them would say that it is a level below. So it is a gray zone, but just to mention that if you are ending up only with cohort studies or case control studies, then it's not at the same level than another systematic review which is including only randomized control trials. So let us go back to the building blocks of meta-analysis. So effect sizes are basically the core output of a meta-analysis. It quantifies the magnitude as well as the direction of a relationship or treatment effect across different studies. Something of another, it's a question that what is the difference between effect size or effect estimates? Have you seen any of the forest plots? I'm sure that some of you may have seen a systematic review and a meta-analysis and may have come across a forest plot. So how many of you have seen a forest plot? That's a sizable number. Okay. So while reading that meta-analysis, have you come across effect size versus effect estimate? So nowadays, this terminology was old, but nowadays it has been only considered as semantics. If you are only focusing on the effect size of one study, then it is effect size. When you are pooling it, then it's an effect estimate or a pooled effect estimate, what we call. So now it's not too stringent, but you will come across this nomenclature, and not to give so much of importance to it, but just to mention for completion that this would be the difference between the two. So essentially, the effect sizes can be divided or categorized based on the type of outcomes. Dichotomous outcomes, continuous outcomes, there are other outcomes including time to event outcomes. Most of the time you will be focusing on dichotomous or continuous outcomes. So what is a dichotomous outcome? Can anyone tell me what is a dichotomous outcome? Perfect. So whenever you are dealing with situations like yes, no, categorical variables, or proportions, percentages, then that's a dichotomous outcome. And you will have meta-analysis which are talking about risk ratios, odds ratios in those outcomes which are pertinent to dichotomous variables. The second is the continuous outcomes. So what is a continuous outcome? Anyone can throw some light? Yes? Yeah. So hard numbers, when we are talking about, let's say, height, weight, or any other value of a biomarker or something like that, then those are continuous outcomes, which are not proportions, percentages, or categorical variables. So those are continuous outcomes, and there you will deal with mean difference, standardized mean difference. I'll tell everything in detail. I'm just mentioning here that when you are doing your systematic review or meta-analysis, then you will be dealing with dichotomous outcomes and continuous outcomes majority of the times. Time to event outcomes will also be there, like hazard ratios and other things. But to start with, I think these two are the most common outcomes which you will deal. So as I have mentioned that there are mainly two types of dichotomous outcomes, risk ratio or relative risk, and the other is odds ratio. Risk difference, I'll talk about it, but you will not come across of any of the systematic reviews where risk difference is used, because wherever risk difference can be used, relative risk, which is a better factor, can definitely be used. Okay, so another question to you that, so I'm sorry, I have a tendency to ask a lot of questions. So just to keep you awake, that have you read about relative risk, odds ratio, risk difference? Perfect. Makes my life much easy. Okay, so tell me that what will be the risk ratio or relative risk in this? Or odds ratio? Okay. Odds ratio is AD by BC. Okay, good. But sometimes you will find a scenario where it will be flipped. So just don't remember AD by BC, because that's a MCQ choice which we correct. Okay, C, AD by BC. So probably there will be scenarios where it can be flipped. Okay, so let us talk about risk ratio. What is it? It is a ratio of proportions. Proportion will always have numerator included in the denominator. That is why ratio of proportions and here relative risk of having a positive effect in the experimental group will be A divided by A plus B divided by the risk of positive effect in the control group, which is C divided by C plus D. So that is why it is a ratio of proportions. So just understand the concept. There is no need to click any pictures. My slides are free to share, free to disseminate. You can share it everywhere, anywhere. So that's what my point is, that there should be no cost to knowledge and education. So you can share it everywhere. So A divided by A plus B divided by C divided by C plus D. The second point will be about odds ratio, which is not a ratio of proportions, but a ratio of odds or ratio of probability. So it will be just what she had mentioned, AD by BC, or A by B divided by C by D. So that is AD by BC. Okay, another question, what is odds or what is odds ratio? Since you have mentioned that it is not proportions, so if you have to explain it in a layman language, what is odds? Yeah, so odds, whenever the word odds, you can say that it is chance. So an odds is basically a chance that something will happen versus or vis-a-vis that the chance that it will not happen. Risk difference is nothing but a difference of the risks. So in relative risk or risk ratio, we had kept it as A divided by A plus B divided by C divided by C plus D. You don't have to put a divide in between the two. You have to just subtract it. So it is difference in proportions, but there will be very few scenarios that you will be able to do a risk difference, or you will encounter risk difference in your meta-analysis. So that is why I had mentioned it in red, so you need not to remember it. The only two things in dichotomous outcomes or variables will be odds ratio and risk ratio. Okay, so the second point is, how do we interpret these odds ratios and risk ratios? So when an intervention decreases the occurrence of an outcome, then odds ratio and risk ratio will be less than 1, obviously, because the experimental group is being tested and the risk difference will be negative. When an intervention increases the occurrence of an outcome, then odds ratio and risk ratio will be more than 1 and risk difference will be positive. When an intervention is ineffective, then odds ratio and risk ratio will be nearly around 1 and risk difference will be close to 0. So that is how you interpret these dichotomous outcomes. $1 million question. When to use these outcomes? If you are dealing with systematic reviews and meta-analysis that only has cohort studies, would you like to go for a pooled odds ratio or a pooled risk ratio? So whenever you are having prospective study designs in your meta-analysis, or you end up having only cohort studies or RCTs, it is better to go for a risk ratio or relative risk. When you are having case control studies, it is better to go for odds ratio. So the question is, can odds ratio be used for randomized control trials and cohort studies? Yes. The only point you have to mention, and you have to keep it in your mind, that if the outcome event is very rare, let's say that we are talking about genetic diseases. When the outcome event is very rare, which is around less than 10%, odds ratio will definitely approximate the risk ratio. But when the outcome event is very common, let's say that an adverse event like constipation or GI symptom, which is very common, whenever we are giving any medicine, especially the medicines that are antibiotics, then the GI problems, they are very common. So in those scenarios, odds ratio will overestimate the magnitude of effect. Why? Because the denominator in odds ratio doesn't have the numerator. So that is why if the denominator becomes low, then this entire figure or the ratio will accentuate. So odds ratio you can definitely use in in all of the meta-analysis of dichotomous outcomes, but you have to keep this in mind that it may overinflate the results, or you may end up with the possibility that you are boasting about the results and are quite enthusiastic, but you are just overinflating the pooled results. So that is why when you are dealing with prospective studies where the outcome event is common, just go for relative risk. For retrospective studies, go for odds ratio. Okay. Is it clear till now, or you have any queries? Any queries? Yeah.
So if it's okay that we just remember risk ratio, case control and odds ratio for other studies,
Yeah.
okay, without going into the logic, because logic was a little hard
Yeah.
to understand.
Yeah.
But
So,
if it's a rule, then I think it's okay.
see, why there is a tendency to use odds ratio in every meta-analysis, because odds or chances, or the idea or the concept of odds is very easy to understand. That's why we encounter, and when we are dealing with quality appraisal of the published meta-analysis, when we are dealing with that part, we have come across that odds ratio is being used very commonly, and where the outcome event was very common, it is just overinflating the results. And probably you will end up in scenarios that you are saying that this drug is much, much better than drug B or placebo, but we are using pooled odds ratio. So that's why it is always better to just pause and see what is the type of study design, how are the outcomes occurring, are they common, are they rare, and then choose the estimate or the effect size. So I think that can be a good practice. And as a blanket, yes, you can say that if you want to be safe in the initial part, yes, I think if I'm dealing with prospective studies, I would definitely choose a relative risk or risk ratio. For retrospective studies or case control studies, I would use a odds ratio. Any other queries? So is it all clear or all clear? There can be only two scenarios. Okay, let's go ahead. So the second thing is about continuous outcomes. Continuous outcomes, just remember hard numbers. There are no facts, no proportions, no A, B, no yes, no. It will be just about numbers. So there, when you are pooling the data, you will be pooling it in a way that either you are calculating the pooled mean difference, or you are calculating the pooled standardized mean difference. And the individual studies will have estimates like mean difference and standardized mean difference, or the software will do the work for you. What do we mean by mean difference? Difference in the means of the experimental versus control groups. I think that is the easiest definition. What is standardized mean difference? So it is mean differences, if there are scenarios, then mean differences of some of the randomized controlled trials that cannot be pooled directly. Then we calculate the mean difference in terms of standard deviation. So that is mean difference by standard deviation, which is standardized mean difference. So what will be the scenario? Let's say that we are dealing with a randomized controlled trial where we are calculating the weights of newborns which are delivered via normal delivery versus cesarean section. So I'll be dealing with a lot of examples of pediatrics or pediatric surgery because I am a pediatric surgeon. So just discount me for that. So let's say that it is a very common example that we are comparing the weight of newborns delivered via normal delivery vis-a-vis the cesarean section. So cesarean section is being done in one setting and vaginal delivery is done in a different room. Now, the type of weighing scales are different in both the rooms. Sorry. Now, the type of weighing scales are different in both the rooms. So, there is a chance of error. So, there, when I am pooling the studies, then what I'll do is use the standardized mean difference rather than a mean difference. You got my point? I'll give another example when we go ahead. Yes, please. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. You can give this one.
Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is that when we are combining studies, we want them all to be in a standardized metric, right? So if you divide by the standard deviation, then it becomes a standardized matrix. It kind of is normalized.
Yeah.
So you have the difference in means in the numerator and the standard deviation in the denominator. That's why we try to standardize it. Whenever we pool something, it has to be in a standardized metric. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. You can't pool them directly, but you have to express or present it in some other units.
But in the example you gave, I mean, the data was pooled directly. I mean, I could
No.
just referring to that example.
Yeah. So I'll tell you that if one of the instrument is using spring balance as its backbone to present the weights of newborns, while the other instrument is based on beam balance principle. So both instruments are having different error rates, different standard deviations, and they are calibrated differently. I'll give you another example which will tell you that yes, we need to do standardized mean difference in that. So mean difference has to be used when the outcome measure is same and it is measured the same way among the different studies. While standardized mean difference is used when the outcome measure is same, but it is measured differently among the different studies. Like I said, that the measured instrument may have been different. So this is another example where bone mineral density was measured among different studies, and this was a meta-analysis which has shown effects of calcium supplementation on bone density in healthy children. Now in each of the study, the bone mineral density was measured in a different way. Some had used volumetric bone density method, some had used a bone mineral content, some had used a ultrasound measure for measuring the bone mineral density. But ultimately, each study talked about bone mineral density. They didn't talk about per se vitamin D values in the blood or anything else, but the rating instrument was different. So if something is being measured in another example, milligrams per kg.
We are actually joined by 200 online delegates.
Oh.
Even if you are speaking with handwriting, it's fine to speak closer.
Okay. Yeah.
So that the recording, the
Sorry.
audio is good.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So ultimately, they are all talking about bone mineral density. Now, if one study is talking about bone mineral density in grams per kg, just giving you an example, while the other is talking about milligrams per kg. The third study is talking about in ounces per kg. Fourth is talking about some other, but ultimately the outcome is the same. So you have to normalize it or standardize it by the units of standard deviation what we mentioned. So ultimately, yeah, please.
So I got it. So you mean to say that cannot be pooled directly means when we are actually using different standard errors,
Exactly.
but we are standardizing in a one format. So
True.
if it is used by one, I mean, if we are just seeing one particular, in your example, like if one instrument is used, then it is pooled directly. So
Yeah.
you mean here cannot be pooled directly when we are
Yeah.
using different means,
Yeah,
right?
true, absolutely. So that is why it's all, it's
And
always-
and
yeah.
does SMD have a unit? Will SMD have a unit? It won't
Yeah.
have a unit because you are dividing it by the standard deviation.
That's why.
So it is unitless. So you can combine now. Okay.
That's why it is always better to pool them in units of SMD, because why I mentioned that word directly, once we have the numbers, it is just a matter of feeding it into RevMen. So we all will be enthusiastic to just get the forest plot and just present it and publish it. So just pause for some time and think about it that, okay, all 7 or 8 studies are talking about bone mineral density, but the rating instrument is different. So probably I forgot to just click on SMD. So this all things, odds ratio, risk ratio, SMD, MD, everything, and even the effect model, they are just a click away, because I think ma'am will be telling about RevMen in detail, because you'll not be calculating it. I'm just giving you the backdrop or the concepts behind it. So as I mentioned that there are essentially 2 most important outcome variables. The others are time to event data, proportion or prevalence data, one of the most difficult diagnostic test accuracy data. So those are other variables or other data where you will be performing a meta-analysis, but as a beginning, it is always better to focus on meta-analysis for dichotomous or continuous data. So is it clear till now? Because now we'll be moving on to the effect models. Okay, perfect. So when you are dealing with systematic reviews or meta-analysis, you are having a number of studies, 7 studies, 8 studies, or probably even more than that. So there are some sources of variation among those studies. It can be within study variation, or it can be inter-study or between study variation. So within study variation is basically the random error in the individual study estimates. So are you aware of the concepts of random error, chance, and bias? Perfect. So I think it has been mentioned to you in the previous 1.5 day. Okay, so let me just brief you. Can I talk about it, random error and bias, if time is permitting? Okay. So there are 3 things that are not at all synonymous, but in the beginning, I used to think that all the 3 things are similar: random error, chance, and bias. So first thing, obviously, random error and chance, this is the same thing. What is random error or chance? Can anyone tell me?
Beyond our control.
Beyond our control. Good. That can be tackled by randomization.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Random error. Let's say that you have a bowl, and that bowl has 1,000 chewable gummies or gummy bears. 500 are red and 500 are green. So you pick up a sample of 10 gummies, and you also, or somebody else, picks up a sample of 100 gummies. So will the random error or the chance effect of having equal gummies, red and green, be more in that 10 gummy sample size or 100 gummy sample size? Perfect. So you have answered the question that random error is basically a chance phenomena, and it definitely depends upon the events, but it mainly depends upon the sample size. And generally it is said that the chances of random error actually decreases once you have a sample size of around 300. So that's why it is always better to have a good sample size. So that's the backdrop of random error or chance. The second thing is about bias. And let me tell you that random error will have multiple directions. It's not in a specific direction. What I meant to say that once you pick a sample of 100, it might be possible that you end up with 40 red and 60 green gummies. But the next time you pick up a sample, it might be possible that you end up with 55 red and 45. So the direction will be different. But obviously, you have reduced the random error from a sample of 10 to sample of 100. Is the concept clear? Perfect. What about bias? So what's a bias? Somebody said non-random error. That's the best answer. Non-random or a systematic error which has a very specific direction. That's a bias. So that completes the definition. Can you measure bias directly? Not really. So bias is nothing that you can say that there is a 5% bias or a 6% bias in this study. No. Bias can only be estimated, or I would say in better ways, presented or systematically presented by some domains. Probably it has been talked upon, or it will be in subsequent lectures by Professor Menon. So that is one thing. There is an additional element then, the third thing, which is confounder. So random error or chance, bias, confounder. Probably, I hope I am not confusing it. Okay. So what is a confounder? Perfect. So there was a recent systematic review which I had gone through, which suggests that there is more incidence of coronary events or heart attacks in those who are high caffeine consumers. So first, do you all agree with that? Okay. So you are all agreeing to it, obviously. In that systematic review, when I saw that there were studies which were saying that protective effect, obviously, that the percentage of smokers in those caffeine consumers was very high. So smoking becomes a confounder in this entire systematic review and also in those individual studies. So a confounder would be one that is related to both, that is directly related to the effect as well as outcome. And obviously, I would say that it comes in way of the effect to the outcome, but it doesn't have a direct causal relationship with the outcome. So you would not say that all caffeine consumers are smokers, but you can say that the proportion is higher. So that is why it is a confounder. So these three concepts must be clear because this is one of the important part when you will analyze the meta-analysis. So when we are dealing with the individual studies of meta-analysis, we'll be talking about within study variation as well as between study variation. Within study variation is basically random error, and larger sample size will have less variance or less random error. While the between study or the inter-study variation is basically the differences in the population, intervention, or the study quality, the methodological part of the studies basically. So the choice of the model, whether it is fixed effect or random effects, depends on how we handle these variations, the inter-study and the within-study variance. So as somebody was pointing that they have read the meta-analysis or the forest plots, probably you have come across situations that you have seen a fixed effect model being used or a random effects model being used. I hope you have come across that scenarios. Yes. Oh, great. So let me tell you that what I'll be talking about these two models is all conceptual and assumption based, and we as systematic review enthusiasts always come across this question that if we would have used a different model or a fixed effect rather than random effects model, could things have changed or would things change? So the whole idea or the concept revolves around assumptions. And that is why it is always better to have a clinical expert along with a methodologist or a statistical expert when you are building your team for systematic review and meta-analysis, because these are all assumptions. So a fixed effect model actually assumes that there is only one true effect size which is shared by all the included studies. Let's say that you are talking about the efficacy of drug A versus drug B in a disease of homeopathy, and you are dealing with two types of drugs. And comparative studies are around 8 to 9 after you have done the literature search. So the assumption here would be that there is a single true effect size which is shared by all the studies. And all studies are estimating that one true effect size, and the only source of difference between the studies is the difference in the sample size. Or we are discounting, or we are saying that this can only be a chance phenomenon or a random error, that the outcomes of these studies are different. So studies with a larger sample size will have a larger weight in this, and studies with a smaller sample size will have a smaller weight. A very fancy equation, you need not to remember it or cram it, just understand the concept that fixed effect model actually is focused on the sample size. If you are having 8 or 9 studies, the studies which are having a larger sample size will be given a larger weight, and the studies which are having a smaller sample size are given or assigned a smaller weight. So weight will be talked upon in the subsequent classes also. So precision, I am sure that you are aware of precision, accuracy and other things. Okay, no problems. Precision and weight and sample size, they all go side by side. There is another element when we talk about precision, that is confidence interval, obviously. But if you have more sample size, which means that there is the variance is less, definitely the precision will be more. So is it clear till fixed effect model? Fixed effect model is just about sample size. It is saying that those studies which are having a larger sample size will have a more or a larger contribution to the pooled estimate, because what we are talking about is comparison of drug A versus B. Let's say that there are 8 studies, study 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and only study number 4 had sample size in hundreds, rest all they had in 20s, 30s and all. So study number 4, or the entire direction and magnitude of the pooled value which you are getting, pooled odds ratio or pooled risk ratio, will shift towards the value of study number 4, because it is having the largest weight or largest contribution to the overall contributions of these all studies. So fixed effect says that studies with larger sample size will have a larger weight. So what does the random effects model say? So the random effects model is more like, I would say, medicine people. It's not like surgeons, because we all are boasting about surgeries that it can only be cured by surgery. So the random effects model is more philosophical, more like medicine people. And it says that no single true effect exists. What we are trying to estimate in a random effects model is basically the mean of the distribution of the effects. So weights are not just assigned based on sample size. It is assigned in a more balanced way in this model. They are assigned based on numerators, which is the number of events. They are assigned based on the inter-study variance, which I talked on, not just the between or not just the within study variance, which was random error. It is assigned based on other things like standard error, numerator, which is the number of events. So accounting for everything. So here, larger studies are less likely to dominate the analysis and small studies are less likely to be trivialized. So you don't have to perform these equations, let me tell you, just have to click that whether you will choose a random effects or a fixed effect. So this is what is in the nutshell. A fixed effect model, all studies are saying that we are estimating single true effect, and they say that only one true effect estimate exists. Studies with a larger sample size will have a larger weight, studies with a smaller sample size will have a smaller weight. While in the random effects model, we are more philosophical, and we are saying that we are not calculating or not estimating a single true effect. Even the studies are not estimating a single true effect. What they are estimating is the mean of the distribution of effects. And let me tell you, here, both the means are coming at 50-50. But there is a stark difference in between the two models. As I have already told you, not to cram or remember these fancy equations, I just want to show that what difference it can make ultimately. So these are the forest plots. Obviously, probably it will look alien to you, but what I want to show in the first, are we having a pointer? Okay, I'll show it to you here, that if we are having a fixed effect model, right at the top, just below odds ratio, that is fixed effect. The second figure is random. Below the odds ratio, it is written random. So we have just clicked random in this and clicked fixed here. What difference is it? Thank you. So what difference it is making is, here it is fixed effect model, here it is a random effects model. Here, when we are saying that it is fixed, we are focusing that studies with a larger sample size will have a larger weight or larger contribution to the pooled odds ratio or pooled risk ratio. So let me show to you here. Can you see this study by Luzik et al.? So the sample size is 156 and 417 in both the groups, and the weight is around 43%. Rest of the other studies are not having that contribution and probably being trivialized. So here, the overall effect or the pooled odds ratio is significant. And let me tell you, there is nothing like more significant or less significant. It is either significant or not significant. Here, the same study, but we have just changed the model. It has become random effects model, but see that study, Luzik et al., the weight is 23%. So because it is not saying that the pooled odds ratio is just focused on the sample sizes of the included studies, It is saying that it is focused on between study variance, standard error, also focusing on these events, a lot of things. So which model to choose? Choice of model must reflect our understanding of systematic review and meta-analysis. And the most difficult decision, it is to be decided a priori. So obviously, if you have not drafted your protocol or registered your protocol, you can go back and forth or change the model. But let me tell you that this is a mistake that I have done in my beginning and way back in 2011 and 12. But now, what we spend, the maximum time we spend in deciding about how we are going to conduct this meta-analysis, what factors we'll encounter, what will I do, what will be the confounding factors, so which model to use. I'll give you an example later on. So a fixed effect model is to be used when we are working with a series of studies based on one population, while a random effects model is used when we are working with different populations or they are different in any material way. Let me give you an example. If we are seeing, let's say, the heights of third year MBBS students at AIIMS New Delhi, and along with that, we have conducted a number of studies related to that, and we want to pool the data. But the sample size or the sample or the population remains constant, third year MBBS student in that period. I would definitely go for a fixed effect model. But if I'm changing and I'm saying that heights of third year MBBS student in all medical colleges of Delhi, or different studies, one from AIIMS, one from Maulana Azad Medical College, one from another, and then I am pooling the data, then also there is that element of heterogeneity. So if I am anticipating any kind of heterogeneity, then I would choose a random effects model a priori. I would not go for a fixed effect model. So, yeah, yes, please.
So this decision will not really be based on what would our possible sample size be, the fixed model and the random model.
Perfect. So there are a lot of points that we have to factor in. And whenever you are in any situation or any dogma or any, I would say, discrepancy, or if you're facing a scenario that you are not sure what to use, the best thing is to choose a random effects model, especially in the beginning, and not to think about other things. Why? Because in medicine, whether integrated medicine or any branch of medicine, we are actually pooling studies, or the literature has studies being done at different parts of the world or different parts of the country, with authors having different learning curves, different baseline characteristics of the participants, having, like I said, having different confounding factors as well. So it's not just dependent on the sample size. It depends on a lot of factors. Heterogeneity, which will be dealt later on. So it depends on a lot of factors. So that is why, to be safe, if you are unsure, choose the random effects model. So as I have mentioned, that when we have run a series of identical studies based on same population, yes, yeah, please.
Yeah, choose a random effect model, it is safe, because a random effect model gives you the same effect estimates as a fixed effect model when the difference between the studies is 0. So if you look at the formula and the one that Dr. Sachit had shown 1 or 2 slides back, where you have the estimate and the weight. So weight is ideally inverse of the sum of variances between the studies and sum of variance within the study. So if the variance between the study is 0, then the formula is equivalent to a fixed effect estimate. So it's always safe to use a random effect model.
So I can add also, some of the study, particularly when you are using diagnostic accuracy of any detections. So that time you saw that in there they provide model using both fixed effect and random effect. So then you can see where the pooled sensitivity and specificity will be changed when you are that. Then let the user department to choose which one. No, but again the random, when you are using random effect model, it is more filtered and precise answer. But we try in both way also, but you see there will be variation in that. Then when you are using the fixed effect model, then that is very difficult to decision for the policy maker or those who are really applied. But why we are doing the study, not to only publish, no? Ultimately we are working in the HTA, that we have a long decision. Whatever the suggestion you are giving, the state or the police, even the user department will be eagerly, no, they don't have that much of competence. They decide based upon the decisions. So in that case, you will see. So you can give in publication propose, you can give both, then you can decide the pros and cons, but it is better to use random effect model.
So a fixed effect model has to be used under very strict conditions. You have homogeneous studies having similar study designs, similar populations, similar outcomes, which you will rarely encounter. So in medicine, when the studies are pulled from literature, it is a common sense to use random effects model. So that is, the first principle if you are dealing with meta-analysis in the beginning. So the most important thing, that model must be based on the sampling frame. It is not right that you start with a fixed effect model, do a sensitivity analysis or label it as sensitivity analysis and switch back to random effects model. So when you find a heterogeneity and you say that, okay, now I can switch back. So it has to be a priori decision. The best thing is not to register your protocol. You can wait and register it after you have made your forest plot, but obviously that's not the right practice. That is why it is always better to have 5 or 6 or even 4 people in your team, so that who are actually clinical experts along with statisticians or systematic review enthusiasts who know about that particular subject. That yes, I have seen 5 or 6 studies from different parts of the world or different parts of the country, and I know that there will be heterogeneity. So any queries or questions? I have just shown, I just mentioned to ma'am as well that I have
already asked them to download.
Yeah, okay, great. So this is one of the guides that, I consider 3 or 4 people who are like my gurus, and she's like a silent teacher, because what happened that when I have conducted 30-40 systematic reviews meta-analysis, I was stuck, my student was stuck somewhere and she was unable to locate me and or interact with me. Then she went to this book and I looked at this book and I found that it has been written from ICMR, and obviously there is the AIIMS and ICMR are 2 institutes which don't boast publicly, which I think that we should do, but this is one of the guides which is already available. So this is one of the guides which all of you can download, and any questions, I'm sure that you can get the answer to all these questions in the guide, but any upfront questions if there are any.
Can I take 2 minutes?
Yeah, please.
Just wanted to tell you about the history of this book. We started writing this book during the COVID times. We had nothing else to do, right? So Denny is a good friend of mine, and he had asked his intern to write something, some random thing. He said, then he asked me, can we write a book on beginner's guide or systematic reviews? I said, why not? We are sitting idle at home, right? So then we both started writing, and then we edited it, and then, we tried to publish it, and we contacted a few publisher sites. They were asking for a lot of money. So then I approached Anju Sinha. Anju Sinha is one who's a consultant in ICMR, and she is a Cochrane reviewer also, and I think she is the co-director of Cochrane Affiliate Center.
Yeah.
So she happily agreed to contribute one chapter in this. The second chapter is written by Dr. Anju Sinha, and the rest of the things are written by both of us. And then, since we did not have money to publish it through a publisher's site, we then told Dr. Bhargava, who was the DG at that time, and he happily agreed to write the foreword for this. And since now this is an ICMR publication, why not? We belong to ICMR, why not?
So, any queries? Okay, thank you.
There is one.
Yeah.
From the online participant.
Please.
Dr. Deepti Jila, she has asked one question. Kindly explain the difference between standardized mean difference and Cohen's d.
And?
Cohen's d.
Cohen's d. It is the same, yeah. Just synonyms. Oh, it is the same. That there is no difference between Cohen's d and standardized mean difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your expertise and clarity has added much to our knowledge. We will now break for lunch and return back at 2:30. So kindly be on time so that we can resume the rest of the sessions for today. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope our online delegates have resumed the sessions, and we hope the lunch was scrumptious enough to keep your energies high. Now it's time to trade your plates with plots and spoons for softwares. We are now diving into performing a basic meta-analysis with none other than our wizard of knowledge, Dr. Geeta Menon ma'am. In the next 60 minutes, we will be getting our hands on RaveMan and JASP, feeding in data, conjuring forest plots, and learning how to read stories hidden in those results. So laptops ready, mind sharp, and energy is high, as ma'am is here to help us navigate deep into meta-analysis. The stage is yours, ma'am.
So, okay. So I have requested Dr. Sachit to share this slide with me. We can use this slide straight for RevMan. I wouldn't be doing JASP because I haven't worked on JASP. Okay, so I will take you through RevMan because we're talking about RCTs. So RevMan is the best one. So take a snapshot of this because you will be using it in your RevMan practice. Ready? So I have shared with you the RevMan. This is an older version. Now RevMan is not free, but I had an older version, so we'll be working on that. Take some time to open. Good. So this is RevMan 5.4.1. which was a free version. So can you come to the screen? All of you are in the screen. Shall we start? So what you have to do is you are doing a new review now, right? So open this, click on new, click on new, say next. So this is an intervention review, right? By default it gives you an intervention review, but you can do diagnostic accuracy review also in RevMan. So we are doing an intervention review. So it remains there, say next. Oh, sorry. So what is the intervention here? So look at your snapshot and try to identify the intervention. What is the intervention? What will be the intervention here? We don't have the intervention. What is the intervention, Dr. Sachit? No. Is there an intervention? So let's assume there is an intervention here, some X intervention, okay? There is some intervention. The two groups are smokers and non-smokers. No, but that cannot be there.
Mortality may be the outcome and smoking may be the exposure. So just a modification of the PICO, it would be PEO rather than a...
Yeah. So this is, for RCT, this is not a good example. This is not a good example for RCT. So we will have to pull out something else.
Yeah.
Let me see. Dr. Surbi, did you print out one of those SRs that I had asked you to do? Link is there, no? Take standard for the time being, yeah. Just wanted one systematic review, if somebody can give me a printout. Just one forest plot is sufficient. Yes, yeah. So, but there those. Ones with the forest plot. Okay. Okay. So you just open page number 35.
Page number 35 of the reading material that was provided to you in the folder.
57. 77. Page 77. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there are more studies, no?
Yes, ma'am, there are 6 studies.
Okay. Page 77, yes. But what is the intervention here? This is a continuous, yeah. But I am just looking for a categorical outcome. This is a good example. Okay, let's take 35 first.
Page
Let's
number
take
35.
first. In fact, 36 first. Page number 36. Let's do a categorical outcome first, binary outcome, and then we'll do a continuous outcome. So you'll have to tell me what is the intervention in this. In page 36, what is the intervention? Okay, okay. So we start a new review. Start a new review, say new, then next, then it is an intervention review. Say next, and what is the intervention? You'll have to put an intervention here. You say homeopathic. You say homeopathy. That is the intervention. For what outcome? What's the outcome in this? Individualized treatment. Severity of symptoms. Okay, let us assume that. Symptom severity. Okay, we say. Okay, symptom severity. So this is your outcome. Okay. So you have an intervention for a health condition. Feed that. Go to next. Is it a protocol or a full review? Say it's a full review. Then you finish. Okay. So when you finish, you get all this on your screen. So you have the abstract, the details which you can fill in. You just open the key here. These are all keys. You can close the key. You can open the key. Open the key and open the abstract, and you have all details which you can fill in the abstract. It's like writing a paper. So you can, along with doing an analysis, you can parallelly write up your review also in this. So you start with the background, fill the background, write details in the background, and then the objectives, the search methods, everything you can fill in as much as possible. Leave the ones which is yet to be done, and then go to the next one. You can keep on adding as much of data as possible during the process of review. Now, what I will tell you here is the data analysis part. You have all the references of the studies. You've already included, you have a list of included studies and their references. So you'll have to add those references here. So you start adding your studies one by one. Now before that, I think you'll have to add the studies. You have to do manually. Everything has to be entered manually. So once you have the list of studies with you, you'll have to enter everything manually.
Ma'am, I wanted to know what happens in Mendeley and Node and everywhere. Like if I give a URL, then
I don't think it takes Mendeley and no.
There are two, three types of softwares. What Revman is, it is an access-based software for meta-analysis. So there you would have to enter everything.
You'll have to enter everything.
R is an algorithm-based software where now with some extensions it can connect with the EndNote as well. So there are some extensions of R because you just have to type a code. And earlier R used to be very difficult, but now ChatGPT has made life very easy, where you can get the codes of R very easily and just enter it. So This is one of the most important softwares because it tells you everything about
Tells
the
you
basics.
everything. You can do even risk of bias on this.
Yeah.
So this is how you do it. You go to the included studies, right click and add study. You'll have to do that. We used to do that. Add the study. You add the study, you would have given a study ID, say some number, some ID 1, say for example, ID 1, study ID is there, then say next, then you say next, the year of publication. So if you look at this, what is the year of publication? 2012. Say 2012 here, okay, go to next. Then is there any identifier? For the time being, let's skip this. Then you say another, add a reference for a new study. You are adding up all the studies now. Add a new reference, then continue. Wait a minute, back. Suppose I just say finish, what will happen? There is an included study. ID 1 has been included, right? Similarly, you can add one more study. This is the other study. Oh, they have already given the IDs here. So you can add this ID A304. A304 is your new ID, right? Go to next. Year of publication 2015. Next. Next, finish. So you have both the studies as included studies. Then what? Then what you have to do is, you have to add the data for each of these studies, right? To add the data for each of these studies, you will have to give details of all these studies, the author's name, the title of the study, volume, journal, everything. Okay, so you'll have to add these numbers. The entire citation of the study should be added here. After that, data, come to data. Come to data. Once you have added all the studies one by one and their details, come to data, data and analysis. Click on that, click on this and add a comparison. You have to add a comparison. So what is the comparison that you want to look at? If you look here, what is the comparison? It's not clear in this. Some comparison X versus Y something. What is it? Controls other than placebo is a comparison. It's not clear in this. Huh? Standard treatment. Standard treatment is a comparison. Say next. Then you want to add the outcome in the new comparison. You have to add the outcome and say continue. Now it will ask whether it is a dichotomous outcome or a continuous outcome. So you say it's a dichotomous outcome because you're looking at events and then the number, total number. Say next. Then it will say name of the, what name should be given to the outcome. So whatever is the event. What is the event here? Huh? Okay, severity. Event is severity. ठीक है. Severity. Okay. then you can group them as, label them as experimental and control, or if you want to label them by any other name, depending on the comparison that you are doing, you can do that. So for the time being, let us label them as experimental and control. Go to next. So then it will ask whether you want to do a fixed effect model or a random effect model, right? So if you are using a fixed effect model, then these are the three statistical methods that are commonly used: the Petos method, the Mantel-Hansel odds ratio method, and the inverse variance method. So as we had decided in the morning that to be on the safer side, let's look at the random effects model. If you look at the random effects model, and in this table, for example, if they have given odds ratio, we choose the odds ratio as the effect measure. Because why are we choosing odds ratio? Because it's a binary outcome. It's a categorical outcome. Choose at odds ratio as the effect measure and say next. Then it will ask you whether you want the totals and subtotals. Do you want to look at the confidence interval? What confidence interval, 95% or 90%? Okay. So you choose by default 95% and then say next. And then it will ask you, when you label the forest plot, should the left label be favoring the outcome for experimental and favoring the outcome for the control. In certain cases, for example, if you are looking at a negative outcome or death, for example, you may choose to have the left graph favoring the experimental. So you will have to decide based on your outcome how to label your graph. So let us, for the time being, take it as it is. And then, since it is an odds ratio, you cannot have a scale of 100, because that will stretch the graph towards either sides. So maybe an odds ratio of maximum 10, for example. And if you look at here, the odds ratio is 11.9, so maximum 15, say, for example. So you should not have a very large number, so otherwise it will stretch beyond the screen. And do you want to sort it according to the study ID, or you want to sort it according to the year of study? Whichever way, it will give you that option. And for the time being, let us look at the study ID and just say next. Are you all following me? Okay, next. So then you just say finish. So it will automatically give you a table where you will have to enter the outcome results, the data that you have extracted from each primary study. You will have to enter it here. So here, for example, you have how many events in the experimental group? How many events for the first study? 42 outcomes for the first study. We're looking at the first study now, right? No, the second one. I mean the second one, A304. 40 outcomes. So you enter 40 here. Add Cunera. Just a minute. What happened? Not able to enter. Are you able to enter the figures? No, no. Something is wrong somewhere. How do you enter? Have I missed something? Am I missing something, Dr. Sajid? Hmm?
I think it would be better to delete this and add the outcome again, severity, for the meta-analysis. Not the study, but the data.
There is no data now. Delete reference, no. Edit study, no. I think I am missing something. Somewhere is something I am missing. Add comparison is fine.
Add outcome. You need to add the outcome also.
That has come already, but we are not able to add the outcome. Here it is. This table should be. Huh? We are not able to add outcome. Hmm? Here?
He's saying next to odds ratio on the left hand side, but that's not.
नहीं नहीं वो तो नहीं है कहीं गड़बड़ है कुछ Why I am not able to enter the data? एक मिनट add comparison, standard treatment, next, add an outcome under the new comparison, continue, ये सब कर दिया था, finish, severity, next, random effect, next.
Add data and the studies will get added. Now
Add study data. Okay. Add study data. Continue. Okay. Add study data. So what have I done? Should I go back and tell you? Okay, I'll do that. So what we have done is we go to data analysis. Then you say add comparison. We have already done that. Standard treatment. Say next. Then add an outcome under the new comparison. Then you continue, and it says dichotomous. Next, you have a outcome name. Next, then you say random effects, odds ratio. Next, add study data for the new outcome, and continue. Now both these studies IDs have already been entered. So now one by one we'll start entering the data for each study. So the first one is A304, and the year range, we don't have to add the year range at all, I think. That will come later. Okay, yeah. So A304 events, yeah. Now this, we can add the figures here. In A304, the experimental number is 40. So we add 40 here, and then 259 is the number of total events. Similarly, in controls you have 17, then 252. Okay. So this way, first of all, you add all the studies. That's what you have to do here. Same thing you do for other, same thing I think here also you can do this. Here also you should be able to do this, no? To add a comparison only, I think. For the second study also you add this, add an outcome for the new comparison, continue, next, severity, next, random effects, next, next. Now go to this study, then you say finish. नहीं हो नहीं रहा है something has gone wrong. दोनों साथ नहीं आ रहे.
You double click the data and analysis.
Double click data and analysis.
On the first standard treatment where you have entered study number 1, just right click that and add another study to the same comparison. Just double click that also. No, just, yeah, in severity, just right click the severity, add another study data.
Add
Study data.
Add study data.
Just select both of them together.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
Shift and finish it. Yeah. Now
Yes.
you can add both.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, I'll do it again then. Sorry for this inconvenience. It's been some time since I've used this. 259. 17. 252. Then ID1 is the first one. So 42 in the events, then 50, then 15, then 49. 49. Okay. So you see the diamond has already come here. Both these studies are there.
Can you press enter so that the second study data will also get entered after this? Yeah. Just press enter.
It hasn't come yet.
Because it is showing.
Both the studies are not estimated. Why? Now it's come. Now it's come, right. So you see here there is this scale is stretched towards the other side because we have chosen 100 here, the second one. So we'll have to scale it in such a manner that you can view the diamonds properly for each of these studies. And ultimately it gives you the single diamond, that is the summary estimate, summary odds ratio. So it gives you the summary odds ratio, it gives you the chi-square, the I-square. I-square we haven't talked about heterogeneity till now because we're doing basics. So maybe we should talk about it. This I-square actually tells you the proportion of heterogeneity between the studies. What proportion of heterogeneity exists between these studies? The larger the heterogeneity, the lesser evidence that meta-analysis will show, because there is no point combining studies which are highly heterogeneous. So the precision or the summary estimate that is generated from this meta-analysis will have very low value because here the heterogeneity is very high, right? So you expect that studies should be less heterogeneous for a meaningful effect estimate to come. So if you look at this, there is high heterogeneity which is significant, p-value is 0.008, right? And here there is something called the tau square. The tau square is what Dr. Sachit had told you about the difference or variation between studies, variance between studies. Because it is a random effect model, it shows the value of tau square. If you just click on the fixed effect model, this is a random effect model. If you look at the fixed effect model, you can do both. You can view both the models here. The fixed effect model has lesser variability, right? And it doesn't give you the tau square value, because tau square is accounted for only in the random effect model, where you'll have to determine the weights given to individual studies, because one divided by the variance between studies and variance within studies. That is what is tau square. Tau square is the variance between studies, which does not show, is not displayed in this graph. But you can toggle between these two, and if you want to look at the random effect model, it is not precise. It will have a larger confidence interval. It is precise otherwise, but it will have a larger confidence interval in this case, because the sample sizes are also very different. There is one study with the sample size of 259, and there is another study with a smaller sample size. That's why there is so much of heterogeneity between the studies. Therefore, it's better to use random effect model instead of fixed effect model. That will give you a better estimate as compared to a fixed effect model. So it gives you the forest plot also. It gives you the risk of bias also. For risk of bias, you will have to add more data. Remember, in the morning we had looked at the ROB tool, and we had looked at the 5 domains of ROB tool. So we will have to fill up all that, and that will come here also. Accordingly, it will give you the risk of bias, traffic light figures. Yes, it will give you that also. So it will look something like this. Yes, in the morning I was not able to show that, but just show that. So it will be something like this. It will be something like this. So that will give you how many studies. This is for the entire review. What proportion of studies had low risk for the first domain, and how many had allocation concealment, what was the proportion of low risk and high risk or medium risk or unclear risk in the second domain. So all the domains have been covered, and it will also give you something like this for each study. For each study, what is the level of risk? In the risk of bias tool, will give you this graph also, which is used for publications. Yes, it will give you the percentage. You can see the percentage here, no? It will give you this graph.
Yeah, so we have so this diamond is reflecting the odds ratio.
Yes, this is
Right?
the summary odds ratio.
Yeah, so it's representative of the odds ratio, and those 2 boxes are CIs.
The
blue
two boxes, yeah. The two individual boxes are for each study. So the larger the sample size, lesser will be the width. These are called whiskers, and this is the box.
Right.
So the whiskers will be smaller because you have a more precise estimate
And
the
box
larger
will be
the sample
larger.
size.
The box will be larger and the whiskers will be smaller. if
Yes.
The sample size is bigger.
If you include more studies, then the more you will be get. No, only 2 studies result.
Because you have included only two studies, if you look at the size of the diamond, it's also stretching, it's covering a larger space. That means it has a larger confidence interval. But if you add more studies, the confidence interval will reduce, and you will have a smaller diamond. Want to add something?
No, you are right. So the lines in that particular, sorry. So if you can see those individual studies with blue boxes, the ends of those lines are depicting confidence limits. Left end is depicting 5th centile. The right end of that particular line is depicting the 95th centile. The box is basically the odds ratio. Similarly for the second study, the second line with the blue box, and then the third is the diamond. The edges of the diamond, those points are basically 5th and the 95th centile of the pooled odds ratio. The center of the diamond corresponds to the pooled odds ratio actually. Those are the confidence limits. And so center would correspond to the pooled odds ratio, which is depicted by that forest plot.
And the size of individual boxes would become smaller as the sample size increases. Larger the sample size, boxes will be. No, it's other way now. Larger the sample size, larger the boxes, smaller the sample size, smaller the boxes. But the width of the confidence interval will decrease as the sample size decreases because it's a more precise estimate. Okay, that's how you enter this data. You can practice it by adding more. All requires practice. You can add, if you have in the same review more comparisons. Suppose you have several comparisons in the same review, you can add a new comparison. Maybe different studies are added in that new comparison. So you add them in the comparison and then you can add the data in that and you can work around that. Yes, so that's a very good question. Yes. So if you look at this odds ratio, combined odds ratio, what do you think about this odds ratio? It's the value is 5.22 and it is on the other side, favors control.
That I can tell.
So if it is severity, do you mean to say how do you interpret this 5.22?
That means the outcome is good only, that's significant only. But how much, I think that is to do with the distance, or if it has to be on that side of the line.
No, but here it says favors the control. That means you are looking at a negative.
Is on the favor.
So you are looking at a negative outcome here. Severity is a negative outcome.
It should reduce.
It should reduce. It favors control means it is good for you because it doesn't favor intervention means severity does not favor intervention.
Yes.
Right. But for the sake of interpretation, I told you earlier also that you have to, when you feed in the data for the interpretation of the graph on the left and right hand side, for negative, it's always better to write it the opposite way, which we haven't done here, I think. So we'll have to go back and look at, just feed it again. So it is easy for you to interpret the graph if it is written in a proper way. Instead of saying favoring the control, which doesn't make sense, right? So what will happen is that experimental will come on this side and control will come on the other side, and the entire diamond will shift here, which means that this is good for this is a good event for you because it is giving you more severity in the control group as compared to the experimental group. And it is 5 times more severe.
That's why this is coming as vice versa, what is in the published one. Because in that favors homeopathy.
You can go back and change it
yes.
also.
Change also. No?
Yes.
You can change the labels.
That is
you can change the labels here. कहाँ जाना पड़ेगा? Properties, okay.
And change group level 1, you can make control, group level 2, down. No.
Here, na? Here.
Yeah.
Here you'll have to do that. So you can say level, this one is control and this one is experimental. Okay. Apply and then okay. Then what? How does it change? So now it's No, it has to change. The value also has to change, no? फेवर्स एक्सपेरिमेंटल तो नहीं हो सकता, नहीं हो सकता.
So actually what we do is for negative outcome, as ma'am has already mentioned, we don't write favors. We only write, we can delete favor, we can only write control or experimental. And as from the data entry only, we are seeing that the events are more in the experimental group. So the odds of having or the odds of more severity are more in experimental as compared to control, and they are significant also. So that is what, yeah, if we remove this graph label and if we apply this, then this would serve the purpose, I think.
Suppose this is 2 studies, suppose you have 10 studies, some of them may favor to the experiment, some of them may favor to the control. So you can say which study is favoring the control side or which study is favoring to the experimental side. So then ultimately you will be get the pooled odd, because it is the balancing all the things.
What we are looking at, it shows
this is okay,
under the
the
favors homeopathy as well, on that side only.
It's favoring
it depends
homeopathy,
on how
yours
you
is
enter
experimental.
the data, how you organize the data. It's depend on you
No,
just
I
for
don't know
sake of
whether it is
practice.
severity. Is it severity? I
No,
don't think it is
okay,
severity.
when
It
we
must
were
be a
telling
good
you-
outcome.
No, when we were telling you what to fill in there, someone just for the experiment test purposes. we
Okay,
have
so it may be a
told
good
that.
outcome probably.
Yes. So
it is not a
if you
bad
actually
outcome.
look at the paper, this event would have some separate meaning.
Exactly. So let us forget about severity, think about a good outcome. So this outcome is actually favoring the experimental group. So that is why, and it is favoring 5 times the experiment control group. So the odds ratio is 5.22 and it is significant. If you look, you were asking me about the central line. This is the reference line. Here the odds ratio is 1. So if the summary estimate or the diamond is not touching the reference line, that means it is statistically significant. It's statistically significant. If you look at the 95% confidence limit, it is 1.15 to 23.7. Although the other side is towards a higher value, primarily because we have only 2 studies. If you add more studies, maybe it will come down. Okay, and it will become more precise.
Yes, in the same paper, the next graph is the diamond is overlapping the central line.
That means it is not statistically significant. Okay. So this is one way of doing it. You can keep trying. Yes, you have multiple studies and multiple outcomes also.
But for each outcome, you have to do one forest plot. You cannot do at a time for that. You have to consider what is my measure outcome. So if you have suppose 3-4 outcome, then you can take 3-4 outcome. So you say which outcome is favoring, which outcome is that. Basically when we are doing any HTA intervention are also involved in the Center for Guideline, that evidence based. We say, suppose you say some of the study, they say intervention in reducing the surgical time, but surgical time means here you not stress, you can say that other way continuous outcome. Some cases say success rate. So you see when you are extracting the data, you see all the studies, included studies, what are the key outcome they described. So maybe here out of 10 study may presented success rate. So only 2 studies say other outcome. So that is no guarantee that all studies will be presented the all outcome. You see how many studies present which outcome. So that you have to thoroughly read the outcome study discussed, then accordingly you will design your data extraction sheet also. Yes.
So,
Yes.
So in a study, when there are more than one outcome, like primary or secondary, or like we are having the clinical success as well as some lab-based investigation, we want to, those two outcomes are there, then we can have both, we can take them
Yes,
both.
you can have both. You can have both. But no, but you will have to add separately the studies.
Yes, we'll have to add that studies 2 times,
Separately
3
for,
times.
yeah,
Yes,
for
same
different
study.
outcomes, separately it should come. Then only it will be properly depicted in the forest plot.
No, the
Suppose a
advantage.
study gives you a continuous measure also and a categorical measure also, and you need both the outcomes, then you add this study multiple times, twice. For one for the continuous outcome and one for the categorical outcome. Then only for it will get combined with the categorical outcomes once with other studies also, and it will combine with the other studies which are giving continuous outcomes. That study will also be added to that.
Yes, so we will have to plot.
You will have to add
Two
it
times.
multiple times. Yes.
So this is, Redman is basically if you have an RCT or any experimental studies. Suppose you are doing only prevalence, pooled prevalence you want to see. So then you cannot do with the Redman.
You
It is
cannot.
fully. Then, you can use best Excel data set. As sir rightly point out, R is also robust. Usually I am using Stata for the meta-analysis. For example, we are using the diagnostic accuracy, pooled sensitivity specificity. So then simple, one line command you can get it, but again, most important thing that what data requirement is there. Data requirement is very important. You have to prepare the Excel sheet accordingly, then you will do that.
So
But I think mostly if you do RCT or even if case series also, I don't know, sir, case series Redman will be not support, then in that case you have to do some comparative studies.
Yeah, Revman is only for interventional studies.
If you are doing a pooled prevalence, even time to hazard or any other things, then the best thing would be as to use Stata or R. Those are the other. There are some open source. Sorry, I'm really sorry. There are some open source softwares as well, comprehensive meta-analysis, meta-Excel online available. So those are just, using Excel sheets, and they'll create a forest plot for you for single arm studies. But I think this is the best because it gives you each and every feature in terms of comparative studies. So, or best for beginners. So probably from here you can launch to other softwares.
Here you will be get everything, funnel plot, risk bias assessment, everything together. But when you start and R, then you have to write the command for
I
that
don't
to
know whether
generate
it gives
that.
funnel plot. I don't think Revman gives you funnel
get.
plot.
Revman gives funnel plot.
It gives you
Ma-
funnel plot?
yes, yes.
Yeah, it gives you. It
So
gives
that
you
is
funnel
you
plot
take
also.
pain in the entering the data, you will be get everything together. But now, ma'am, it is free in a paid.
Revman is not free. This is an
Okay.
older version of Revman.
New version you may get some new advantages, but it is.
Yeah, I have already given you the older. I don't know whether you can download it. Earlier they used to give us that. Now you can't even download from Cochrane.
Cochrane website has made it paid. It is only available to Cochrane authors and reviewers.
Ah.
Cochrane Web, Revman Web is the new software which
Yes.
is only available on there.
So you can do it this way. Similarly, you can enter continuous outcomes. Remember, you selected dichotomous there. Then you say continuous, and when you say continuous, it will ask for the mean difference and the standard deviation. So you have already extracted. Remember, when in your data extraction form, you should have extracted all this information. So extract all this information properly, and each Excel row will be one study, right? So add all these and keep your data extraction sheet ready before you start your work on Revman. Then keep entering and you get all the data. And if you also use the ROB2 tool, it will give you in the end, it will give you an Excel sheet with all the entries that you have done. So that is also useful. If you enter those things in here also, you will get the traffic lights, the risk of bias graph. So that's how you do RevMan. Okay. No. Yes.
Talking of this page 74, figure 4 again, I only see like, I guess 2 diamonds in the entire plot, and rest of them are all boxes. So how do we interpret that?
Page 74.
74.
Yes.
They have divided it on the risk of bias. Those that are having uncertain are clubbed together, and there is a pooled odds ratio for that. Those that are really sorry. So those that are having a higher risk of bias, they are again pooled together and in the second row. So they have done a subgroup analysis based on the risk of bias.
Yes. So remember I told you in the morning that when you analyze, synthesize information, you can separately group them into low quality studies and high quality studies. So that's what they have done. Okay. So you are. Yes. Yes. So this is a subgroup based on the quality of evidence from individual studies. So you can do that, or you can do a subgroup analysis on, say, gender wise you want to do a subgroup analysis, or population wise you want to do maybe the pediatric population separately, adult whatever, you can do a subgroup whichever way you want, and it will do that. But every subgroup will have one single diamond which gives you the summary estimate. Okay, and this is a continuous measure that they are talking about. That's why there is a mean and the standard deviation.
Yes, ma'am. Similarly, figure 8, page 78, because these are very popular meta-analysis in homeopathy, the ones that we have shared. So probably it will be nice to understand a couple of figures here. So that's why I wanted to really. Figure 8, ma'am, on page 78. Here again, lots of conditions are mentioned.
Yes.
So
you can do a subgroup on different conditions, because this topic is also a very general topic on, I think, individualized. What was the title of the review?
What they have done is that homeopathy is effective under what conditions as compared to control?
The title is randomized and double-blind placebo-controlled trials of non-individualized homeopathic treatment. It doesn't talk about any health condition here.
But particularly, they have done subgroup for each health condition.
Every health condition, yes. So they have done it for every health condition. And these are again continuous measures with mean and standard deviation, and it gives you a 95% confidence interval, as well as some our RevMan also gives you the weights for individual studies. So that's what it is. They have separately done it, and you don't have more studies also, two studies in each health condition, no? So the evidence is very low. If you look at the I-square value, I don't know whether they have given the I-square value, or you can do an exercise yourself entering this data into the RevMan. So you get an I-square and the p-value also.
Yeah, but if you go by the p-values, I think most of the p-values are coming out to be significant.
Yeah. None of them are significant. Influenza is significant. Only influenza is significant, and even irritable bowel syndrome. So that's what it is. Yes. Yes, I-square is I-square is there. Right? So you have to do a proper critical appraisal first to look at the quality of evidence. Okay. Shall I stop here?
Ma'am, you can stop, but we don't want to let you go because we'll have it's like after Dr. Sach's session, we'll have a very quick wrap-up. So if you can just stay for a little longer, it will be really nice.
Dr. Sahu will stay back? Okay. Over to you. Yeah.
There is one question from our online participant, Dr. Deepti. She wants to know OR, odds ratio greater than 1 suggests increased odds of the outcome in the experimental group.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. It's always the odds in the
Thank you.
experimental group. We will have to remove this.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful session on performing a basic meta-analysis. So, on occasions such as seminars and workshops, when distinguished resource persons on the occasions such as seminars and workshops, when distinguished resource persons and speakers from various organizations join us to share their expertise and experiences, it reminds me the beautiful lines by Wasim Barelvi साहब कि जहाँ भी जाएगा वहीं रोशनी लुटाएगा, कि जहाँ भी जाएगा वहीं रोशनी लुटाएगा, किसी चिराग का अपना कोई मकान नहीं होता. So for these 2 days, our esteemed resource person embodies this very sentiment, who has come to CCRH to illuminate our understanding on systematic review and meta-analysis. We extend our sincere gratitude to all resource persons for generously sharing their knowledge and enlightening us. Now we move on to the final and perhaps the most important step of the process. For our concluding technical session of the workshop, we are pleased to welcome back Dr. Sachit Anand sir to speak on reporting and publishing. In this session, Dr. Anand will guide us through the essentials of reporting, from effectively using the Prisma checklist to crafting your review and navigating the publishing process. The session will also feature a hands-on activity where participants will create a Prisma diagram using sample data. Before starting the session, I would request Dr. Bharti Wadhwa ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Sachit Anand sir with the books published by CCRH as a token of gratitude. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, the stage is yours now.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for reintroducing me. So, till now we have become wiser and we have got the diamond or the most awaited ornament, which we call as systematic review enthusiasts. So, now we'll move on to reporting and publishing. Obviously, publishing is one of the most important parts. So, I'll be talking about it in brief, and we'll take you through narrative synthesis, writing your SRMA, which is what I think is no different after your methodology is done. So, what I spend is around 60% of my time for methodology of the systematic review. And once you are done with the registration of your protocol, you have sealed your methodology. So that is done. You have frozen your methodology. So you can easily write it from there. And the rest of the things you are doing it while you are performing the meta-analysis. Then we'll talk about the Prisma checklist, where and how to publish, and ethics and registration. So we'll talk about these aspects. So firstly, as we have discussed, that meta-analysis is just a part of systematic review. And as I have mentioned that 1/3 of the health-related systematic reviews, they only have the narrative part. They don't have the quantitative analysis. So there are no forest plots and funnel plots in those. And the narrative synthesis actually provides alternative methods of synthesis to meta-analysis or the quantitative part, where either the data is not available, or you have insufficient data, or you can't pool the data. Why? Because as I have mentioned that you can't pool apples and oranges. It will make a mixed juice or a platter out of it, and you won't be able to segregate the outcomes, or there will not be a concrete evidence that will emerge out of it. Then it has to be decided at the protocol stage only, that whether you are going ahead with the meta-analysis or not, or you are just performing a narrative synthesis. So there are some things which you have to keep in mind when we are doing the systematic review, or we have decided that we'll only go for the qualitative synthesis or the systematic review without meta-analysis. So we need to develop a theory which is basically the rationale of that particular systematic review, map the pathways, distinguish the direct or the indirect outcomes, what we call as primary and secondary outcomes. We have to do a preliminary synthesis, describe the studies uniformly, group them, tabulate them. That is where what I tell is dummy tables. So I think when you, even before start extracting, you as a subject expert of homeopathy, you know that you'll be getting these studies, and those are your some specific outcomes. So you can make your dummy tables. Excel is available to everyone, so you can make dummy tables, and that will really help you in writing or jotting down your baseline characteristics table as well as your outcome comparison. So it's always better to have a preliminary synthesis. Then explore the relationships in data. What we saw in the previous session, beautifully described by Professor Menon, that we need to get some plots, and if at all they are not available, what will we do? Then obviously we will go for some visual descriptions, and we would concept out the mapping. So the most important thing is ROB can be done even, or risk of bias or quality appraisal can be done even if we don't have a quantitative data. So if you don't have a quantitative data, you don't have some numbers to play or pool, so what will you do? Obviously we can't develop or we can't generate forest plots, but we can show them in tables. So that is what the entire idea is. So to cut the long story short, we have guidelines for it. So it is known as SWIM guidelines, synthesis without meta-analysis, and whenever there are guidelines available, I would recommend not to cram those. Just take a printout of those guidelines, those checklists, whenever you are synthesizing. So guidelines and checklists are not to be crammed, not to be learnt, just to be kept with you once you are synthesizing that particular data. So this is the, I'm really sorry. So this is the guidelines that are available. It has mentioned that once you are grouping the studies for narrative synthesis, you need to have a description of the studies, group those studies which are used in synthesis, and grouping can be based on populations, interventions, outcomes, or study design. then you need to provide the rationale of any changes made subsequent to the protocol in the groups. You have to describe the standardized metric and transformation methods used. Describe the synthesis methods. So qualitative synthesis is very important and a very different ballgame, that you need to describe the themes, and if at all there is a thematic analysis that can be done, then you have to do that as well. So that is another thing which I personally have never done it, because being from a surgery background, we have interventional studies. So I have never resorted to synthesis without meta-analysis. That is probably a blessing in disguise, that I don't have enough experience of qualitative synthesis. And sorry. Okay, so what criteria are used to prioritize the results for the summary estimates is also an important. I don't know whether it is changing time and again. Okay, so what criteria are used for prioritizing the results and creating the summary? This checklist will give you that. Heterogeneity. So heterogeneity is another important thing which we have to focus. Like in that particular example of a meta-analysis where there was heterogeneity. When there is heterogeneity, it doesn't mean that you don't perform a meta-analysis or you exclude that study which is causing heterogeneity. No. You have to resort or you have to devise measures to explain why there is heterogeneity. Because you are not doing a study, you are just analyzing the available studies. So you can't exclude a study out of the meta-analysis if you are finding heterogeneity. So what will you do? You will do a subgroup analysis, you will do a sensitivity analysis. And after you have identified that this particular study or these two studies are the cause of heterogeneity, then you will go back to those studies and see, okay, these are not having that much of methodological rigor that can be included or that must be included in a systematic review. So you would leave that study out and do a sensitivity analysis, what we call as leave one out. So that is a sensitivity analysis. You will recreate a forest plot excluding that particular study, and that is a sensitivity analysis. But that doesn't mean that you will only include that sensitivity analysis forest plot in your final paper. No, you will include both, so that to inform the readers and to advise the future randomized control trials how to devise the methods in the future studies. So that is what is all about heterogeneity. And there are measures, tau square, chi-square, I-square, which tell us about different ranges of heterogeneity. So yes, there will be some information about the certainty of evidence which we have to give while we are performing a systematic review without meta-analysis. There have to be certain data presentation methods. If we don't have forest plots, then what will we do? We will describe the other tables which we have done, so which we have created. Then as far as the result section is concerned, there are certain specific guidelines which we need to follow, that for each comparison and outcome we have to provide a description of the synthesized findings and create the findings table. So that is what I said, that if there is guidelines available, yeah, it is changing again and again. Maybe there is a bug in this. Yeah, probably. Yeah, no issues. Okay, so if there are guidelines available, then definitely we can use these guidelines while we are reporting a systematic review. One of the most important things is to provide the limitations. So this limitation section has to be there. What I usually do is, yes, we talk about the sample sizes of the included studies, but as Dr. Sahu mentioned, that it might be possible that you have more than one outcome, and there may be 4 out of 7 or 8 studies in total that are depicting one outcome and the other 4 depicting the other second outcome, which gives us a variable reporting or a non-uniform reporting. So that is one of the major limitations of a meta-analysis or a systematic review, that you are just pooling the data that is already available in these studies which are published. So there has to be a non-uniform or a variable reporting. So that is, so you have to jot down or mention all the limitations of synthesis in the systematic review discussion section in the end. So how to write a systematic review? What I would suggest is, obviously what I do, and for even for my original researches, is to write the method section first. That is my approach. I mean, there is no hard and fast rule or code, because the method section I know by heart. If I have published a protocol on it, or if there is a protocol registered, so it is already ready, and because the method section is already available. If you have diverted to from the method section, there would be only 1 or 2 areas where you have added something or modified something. So method section is already done. So 1/4 of the job is already done. The second part, which I write in a meta-analysis or even for any other study, is the result section. So result section is roughly divided into 2 parts. One is your baseline characteristics of the included studies, where you would create a table of those particular studies that are included in the systematic review and meta-analysis. And the second part is about the plots and the figures. So one figure is already with you, that is the Prisma flow diagram, which we'll talk about. So Prisma flow diagram actually gives you the flow with which you had started till the point you have finalized or included your studies. So that figure is generally the figure 1 of our systematic review and meta-analysis. And the other parts of the meta-analysis, like the forest plots, are your subsequent figures. If at all you have, like there was a scenario where there are so many trials and they have done a subgroup analysis. Generally, the journals from my specialty, they won't allow more than 4 figures. So there are scenarios when you have more than 4 forest plots and you have many outcomes. So what to do? You can add those to supplementary figures and all. So when you have done the, or you are done with the result section, then what I do is write the discussion section. That is my approach, and anybody can have a different opinion, but that is what I follow. So in the discussion section, what I do is first talk about my primary outcome. So if mortality or severity was my primary outcome, I would tell that these are the forest plot results and this is the reason that it is because of. Then I would talk about my secondary outcomes or the other outcomes, and then I would give an idea, general idea, that how was the methodological rigor, how was the methodology of the studies in this systematic review, and talk about limitations in the end. And there has to be another paragraph which I think is very important, is future directions. So this is how we move, and in the end we write the introduction and the abstract parts. So this is what is the general flow. So if you talk about structure, then structure is nearly similar to any other research article, and it follows the same pattern. Risk of bias graphs have to be included with every forest plot. So if you are having 7 or 8 outcomes, you need to have 7 or 8 ROB graphs and a grade table with or a grade grade of or certainty of findings table, which you will create from Grade Pro, which is obviously a next step. So that will also be a part, a figure with each and every forest plot. So your job doesn't finish at forest plot. It is forest plot, funnel plot, ROB, and then a grade of findings table for each outcome. So these are the things that are very important. So this is how the construct of or a framework of a manuscript of systematic review works. So this takes us to the next part, which is again about the checklist, PRISMA checklist. So PRISMA checklist is basically preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And it is basically a set of guidelines to help the authors transparently and completely report the findings of systematic review. Obviously, it will ensure the reproducibility. It will also help us critically appraise the review, and it minimizes the reporting bias. So there are a set of guidelines, PRISMA 2020, which is available freely online, which you can download PRISMA 2020. That is a set of guidelines. And there was a modification. Earlier it was PRISMA 2009. So there are certain modifications. So that is why PRISMA 2020 is a good, guidelines to follow. Now, if you are having network meta-analysis, or ma'am mentioned DTA, which is diagnostic test accuracy meta-analysis, then other different types of IPD is individual patient data meta-analysis. So those all have different PRISMAs. So we call them as PRISMA extensions. PRISMA NMA is for network meta-analysis. PRISMA DTA is for diagnostic test accuracy. PRISMA IPD is for individual patient data meta-analysis. So just like that. So you have all the guidelines available freely open source. So basically the PRISMA document is available, and majority of the journals would ask you to submit the PRISMA document or the PRISMA checklist along with your manuscript as a supplementary file. So we'll go through this checklist, which is a 27-item checklist and has a 4-phase flow diagram. This is what the checklist looks like. You can easily download it from online. It is PRISMA 2020 checklist. Perfect. Great. So this is a 27-item checklist, and if I have to break it into domains, number 1 is basically the title. This I have taken from online as well as from the resource material which you had shared. That see, these are the two homeopathy related systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And important part is that identify, as per the checklist or the PRISMA statement, it is that you have to mention somewhere systematic review and meta-analysis in the title itself. That is the part of reporting item. So inclusion of the systematic review part in the title is important. Then there are a set of 12 items to be included in the abstract, like identify the report as a systematic review, provide an explicit statement of the main objective or the question of the review, then specify the inclusion-exclusion criteria, specify the information sources, specify the methods used to assess the risk of bias in the abstract itself, then the methods to present and synthesize results, give the total number of included studies and participants, present the results for the main outcomes, provide a brief summary of the limitations, provide a general description of the results, specify the primary source of funding, and provide the register number and the registration number. So this all has to be included in a 250 to 300 word format for the abstract, because the journal, they ask for a 300 word limit, but these are the set of points that have to be included. And I want to tell you that the journals are now making it mandatory to write which point is included on which page number, which section, and then which line number. So this is very important nowadays. So this is how a good reporting of abstract, which I looked that this is one of the abstracts from your specialty. So this is how it looks like, that it has included everything, nearly every point that is present out of those 12 points of the abstract. So it is in the background and objective, it is including the primary objective. It has included that this is a systematic review. It is mentioning about the hypothesis. Then in the methods, it is including the major methods that have been followed, the inclusion-exclusion criteria. After that, what were the databases used, the primary outcome, the other outcomes, then risk of bias tool which was used. After that, the quality of evidence was graded through the grade format. Then the results part, and finally 2 lines about conclusion. So it is near complete as far as the PRISMA guidelines are concerned. Then about the introduction part. So there are 2 main points that need to be considered while reporting the introduction part. One is that to describe the rationale for the review in the context of existing knowledge, and the other 2 is provide an explicit statement of the objective or the question of the review. So what I found from this particular review only, that this had mentioned both the things, one the rationale as well as the objectives. So what I found that the reporting of homeopathy related reviews, one of the reviews which we had shared, are even better than what I would appraise, and being an editor of 2 or 3 journals, I know that there are some reviews or poor quality reviews that are coming. So these 5 are probably the best ones. So you can spend some time reading those 5. So that will enhance the knowledge of systematic reviews. In the method section, one of the most important points is to talk about the eligibility criteria, and to mention that explicitly in your manuscript is another important part. So you need to specify the inclusion and the exclusion criteria very explicitly in the method section. And since the eligibility criteria becomes very important, some authors include it as a figure or a table or even a supplementary file in some of the manuscripts. And I mean, the inclusion-exclusion criteria is already ready with you. Why? Because you have the PICO statement. So that is the backbone of the eligibility criteria or the inclusion-exclusion criteria for you. In the method section only, you have to mention about all the databases, registers, websites or organizations or the reference lists, and you have to even mention each and every keyword or the string, the entire string that you have used for searching that particular database. They have gone a step ahead and they have made it compulsory to mention the date on which you had done the search. Okay, this is the first.
Yeah, page 1.
Okay, so this is the page 1 that I am referring to. And I was saying that in the search strategy or the reporting of the search strategy, it has become mandatory, or I would say that majority of the good journals have made it mandatory to give the search terms which we have used while searching on the databases, PubMed, Embase, Scopus or whatever. And they have even made it mandatory to give the exact date on which you have done the search. So that is how strict it is nowadays. So obviously you need to define your selection process, inclusion-exclusion criteria, or the number of reviewers that had done the selection. Then it is also mandatory to define the data collection process, that how did you collect the data, then how many reviewers were involved in it, whether they worked independently or not, whether there was any blinding in collecting the data, or both of them collected simultaneously, whether there was any process of obtaining or confirming data from study investigators, if there were any automation tools that were used. So AI has made our life very easy, and I can tell you that you can enter a title on ChatGPT and it will give you a meta-analysis on it. But the point is that I can tell you, we have done extensive research on it, and only if the best efficacy of ChatGPT or any AI or any large language model, we have to say, it is best only in the deduplication part, and for which we already have tools like Rayan and other things which have a shorter learning curve. So why to go for large language models and other things? So otherwise, in toto, these large language models would give you a maximum efficacy of 30% only. So that is why we have not reached a stage where entire thing can be automated and AI can write a entire review and even submit it to a journal and get a feedback. So that we have not reached this stage yet. So that is why for systematic review, we have to do it ourselves. So, but there are tools to help us out. Obviously, Rayan is one, R is another, which works on commands. So these tools can be easily used. So if we talk about data collection process, then obviously you need to mention if you have used any automation tools or not. Then you need to specify the items regarding the outcome and the variables of which data were sought. So essentially, if we speak that all the items which we talked about in the abstract have to be included in detail in the introduction, methods and the results section. So that becomes a cardinal point of Prisma checklist. So effect measures and the synthesis methods used. So as we have mentioned that dichotomous outcomes or continuous outcomes, then which models, fixed effect, random effects, odds ratio, risk ratio, whatever was used has to be explicitly mentioned as per the Prisma guidelines. And you need to mention, there is another column when you are reporting this checklist, or after you have filled this checklist, you will submit your paper to the journal. You will also have to submit this entire 27 item Word file, and there will be another column on which page, which line it is present, this particular item is present. So it is that complete that you need to mention it in this file as well. So describe the process where the synthesis methods were defined, then what methods were used for presentations or synthesis of the data, forest plot, funnel plots, what methods were used to tabulate the data, then if meta-analysis was performed, describe the model, the method, and the presence and the extent of heterogeneity. So that is what I was saying, and even the software with the package. So you have to mention everything in this checklist. Describe any methods used to explore the possible causes of heterogeneity, as I mentioned, subgroup analysis, sensitivity analysis, or meta-regression. Describe any sensitivity analysis conducted to assess robustness of the synthesized results. So in toto, the method section would definitely talk about the methodology part of that systematic review, but it also talks about the initial point from where you will report the results. Like they have already mentioned about heterogeneity, they have already mentioned about the forest plots and funnel plots. This is what the flow diagram is actually. So do you all have a Word file on regarding this flow diagram, Prisma flow diagram? Has it been circulated to all of them? Perfect. Okay, so there at the end of the guidelines, there must be a icon of Prisma flow diagram as well, if you all have it at present. I just want to, you can see it in your laptop as well when I'll be talking about it, because it becomes very important. Do you all have it? Or
if you are in the internet now, you can just write Prisma flow diagram, so you will be get Word document. You can, no need to make it. It is readily available.
Yeah, it is already available. You can just write plasma flow diagram on Google. It will give you a flow diagram only. You got it, na? Probably you can circulate it to all. I just wanted to wake some of the backbenchers up, so that is why I showed it now, and I know they must have been exhausted, but by the end of the workshop, obviously we are exhausted, but we are more wiser. So when we are wiser, it comes at a cost. So that is what my motto was. Sorry if I wake you up. So oh, okay. So I can talk for 1 more hour, you are saying. Okay. Sure. Okay. Oh, that's good for me. Yeah. Okay, so just hide this right part for now. We will talk about the first part first, and then about the right part. This one, you can probably just place a piece of paper over there. So this Prisma flow diagram actually shows the entire process of your search strategy till the inclusion of the relevant studies. We started with the databases. Let's say that you had searched PubMed, Embase, Scopus, Web of Science, plus another database of your specialty, electronic database. So you need to mention database. In that bullet, you need to mention over here PubMed 95, Embase, let's say 130, then Scopus and another database, total coming out to be 293 or whatever number. Here only there will be some records that will be removed, because there may be a journal that is indexed in both PubMed and Embase. There will be some journal that is indexed in PubMed and another database. Some journal that is indexed in PubMed, Embase, Scopus, and probably the database of your specialty as well. So that has come up 4 times in the total number of 293. So those duplicates need to be removed. So what is the easiest way to remove the duplicates is to use a reference managing software. Obviously EndNote will help you in that. Or the best thing is to use Rayan. Nowadays, Rayan.ai. It is an open source software, but the only problem is that the free version of Rayan will not create a Prisma flow diagram for you. So I spend around $20 only for the paid version per month. So that is one of the things which you can do, but it makes your life easy when you are dealing with systematic reviews which have 10,000 or 11,000 studies. So there, doing a deduplication with EndNote would actually crash the EndNote time and again. And I'm sure Professor Menon can point this or highlight this point, that there was a time when Excel sheet was used for deduplication. So there you need to deduplicate it first on the basis of DOI, the digital object identifier of that particular, then title, because there might be some authors who have published 2 systematic reviews on the nearly same topic in a year. So you can't have the deduplication criteria as authors. So that is why DOI, title, these things would come into picture. And when I started learning systematic review, I have used it, and so I've used it till 5-6 years back, and these softwares have come up in the last 5-6 years only. So after the deduplication process, it will give you records screened, and here you can see that there is a screening part. So this happens in 2 stages. Screening first is title and abstract screening. Now the title and abstract screening is the first level screening. On the basis of it, there will be some records excluded. After the title and abstract screening, let's say that you are left with 20 studies. Now you would do a full text screening. Of these 20 studies, which you have identified after removing roughly 191 studies. Now you will retrieve the full text of these 20 studies, and now out of these 20, let's say that 10 are included, 10 are excluded. Here you have to mention the reason of exclusion. It is mandatory to mention the reason of exclusion at the level of full text screening. But at the first level, which is title and abstract screening, you need not to mention it, because it will be around 300, 400 articles roughly, and you can't mention the reasons of those many number of articles there. So, but here it is important to mention the reasons for exclusion when you are doing a full text screening. So now you are done with the screening part, and you have around 10 reports or 10 studies after your full text screening. Now just remove the blind from this and see that you have around 6 more studies from other sources. What are these sources? These can be conference abstracts, these can be proceedings, these can be other grey literature which is not finding its way in your specialty journal or PubMed, Embase, or those are not indexed anywhere. So those are the 6 articles that are available with you from alternate sources. Now this gives us around 16 studies in the systematic review. So probably it has erroneously mentioned here meta-analysis. So this is around 16 studies in the review, and meta-analysis would be 6 studies only. So here probably it would have been reports of included studies in systematic review, which is around 16, and out of those only 6 have given the quantitative data. So those will be included in the meta-analysis. So that is how the Prisma flow works. So any queries or questions related to the Prisma flow, because you will be creating it yourself. So any queries till now? All clear. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Good. So what happens that there is a difference between database, search engine, and registers. Probably you can throw some light on it. Okay. So is Google Scholar a database? Very good. So Google Scholar is a search engine, and majority of us are now considering it as a database. So if you talk from the purist perspective or statistical perspective, I would not consider Google Scholar as a database. It is just a search engine. Similar to that, ResearchGate, preprint archives, they are registers. They are not neither databases nor search engines. So those are just semantics, but what I would consider as core databases, PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, and Embase, which have some amount of indexing, and secondly, they have probably millions of articles and use some kind of AI in their backdrop, so that they have become databases over the years. So if we talk about search engines, why they are called search engines like Google Scholar? Because when you search on Google Scholar, does it give you a string like the mesh string? It doesn't. You have to search for like keywords. So those are some of the differences in terms of search engines and databases and registers. But here, yes, you can have your studies from registers, but databases is one of the things that you can't skip. That is compulsory. So any other query?
Another things, when you are writing, it's very important to keep which journal you are targeting. some journal only have 3,000 word limit. Then there you will be may not get to describe all the detailed methodology, but you have to say all the things without explaining the details. That also matter a lot. So how to writing a good article or good systematic review also skills. And some of the things initially sir also discussed these things. Many journal they say maximum figure limit, figure and table including 6 or 4 also some, if you say briefly 4 also, 4 to 6. So you have many meta-analysis figure. What you will do? Then you have to combine in as a one figure A, B, C, D, or else you give only relevant one, other you add it as a supplementary file, you can put it. But what you want to highlight, give that one. It's again a skills. Once you start and practicing, then you know that writing a good methodology. What are the key criteria for writing a good methods? Method sections. So don't describe the details. See, if you follow the checklist, suppose you follow the the Prisma checklist, they have many points. So if you answer all the points, then it becomes 3-4 pages of methods. So you should not write all the things, but you present in such a way, then it seems that okay, it is already addressed. So if you describe all the points to improve your methods sections, then it will be definitely minimum 1,000 to 1,200 word, but it is not suggested this many of big method sections.
Regarding introduction of the session, I think we really cannot have a very elaborate introduction here. Because we are going to anyway discuss the studies that are going to come in our review. So another thing is whether we can actually cite the studies that we'll be eventually including in the review under introduction, because their citations are very specific. The referencing is specific to the studies that we have used. Can we use those in introduction? And how is the introduction different from an original research article?
Yeah, that's a very important question. That introduction in a systematic review has to be very brief and self-explanatory. So because you are going to cover the majority part in methods, research and discussion, so introduction, the first thing should be about the background of that particular disease, or first paragraph or a small paragraph about that. Then about the gaps in knowledge or the gaps present in the literature. Then the rationale of your review, identifying or covering that gap in knowledge, and then your hypothesis. So these are the 4 small things that need to be included. And yes, you can easily cite 1 or 2 studies that you are going to include, because you are highlighting that domain. Let's say that you are highlighting a particular disease and the use of a homeopathy drug, which is a standard of care, and you are comparing a new drug versus or a placebo or a combination drug, then definitely you need to cite that this has been the practice, these are the side effects or the adverse effects with it, and this new drug has been tested in, let's say, children, and there are studies that are reporting its safety in this disease versus healthy controls, but conflicting results. So that is why you are comparing it by the means of randomized control or by the means of systematic review of RCTs. And this is your hypothesis, that we hypothesize that this drug is non-inferior or better or superior. So that is another completely different domain, and majority of you are doing RCTs, so you already know about the non-inferiority and the superiority and the equivalence parts of the RCT. So that is what you can write in that introduction part. Yeah. And it is totally okay to write or cite those studies.
So recently I was sitting here working on one of your systematic reviewers' comment. It was around 11 page comment, but reviewer takes some of the paragraph and there then said one of the major comment was our introduction was 932 words, but he said reduce it to 300 to 400 words. So yeah, so it was journal accepted word limit was more, but again in method section some of the sections say cut down. You know, sometimes when you do that good reviewer, if you know, they can tremendously improve your paper. If you are lucky, you will be get out of 3-4 reviewer, you will be get 1 reviewer very good review. They improve the things. So you have to think. And another thing also, when you are writing the introduction for systematic review, you must say that what are the previous systematic review. Don't hide that. And some related systematic review in that area, and where there is a gap and how your systematic review is addressing that gap. Not in more detail. Because you are not writing a literature review or review of literatures. People often what they'll do in the introduction section, they write like a review of literature sections. The introduction should be maximum 3 to 4 paragraph, as sir rightly point out. So that is very, very important when you are writing the things. Another things regarding the reference you say, you know, when you are writing doing any primary research, which section you are putting reference? Result section, is there any reference in primary qualitative or quantitative or RCT what you are doing? But when you are doing systematic review, then your result section must say the reference. Even in a table, study characteristics table, which study, which reference is there, and the sentence or paragraph where you take, that reference you have to give in. So although if you highlight 1-2 key studies in the introduction section, that's fine. Otherwise you are already giving in the detailed reference in the result sections.
Is there any approach that we have to follow in referencing the papers, like in the results? How do you go by, like, if they're like, we have taken say about 20 studies, so you reference them one after another, or?
Yeah, one after the other. It is just the same as any other manuscript.
As they appear.
Yeah.
There is one question in the chat box from Dr. Tanmay Haldar. How do you present findings in a balanced way when studies have conflicting results, especially conflicting evidence without biasing the conclusion?
Okay. So, like I have already mentioned, that if there are conflicting evidence, then definitely along with your forest plot, you have to give a figure of the risk of bias, if they have mentioned about bias, and also the grade table, the grade of summary table. So those 3 things move hand in hand. You can't interpret something just based on the odds ratio or the p-values. That is the building block for your meta-analysis. But once you are generating evidence out of the numbers, then you have to focus on a holistic picture. So that's why, if let's say that there is a study that is giving you an edge in your pooled odds ratio, but that has a high risk of bias. So what grade will do, probably it is beyond the scope of this workshop, that what grade will do, or in grade what we do, we grade the certainty of evidence of each study and ultimately give the final evidence certainty. What grade will do, that even though that study is contributing to the significant p-value or giving you a higher total pooled odds ratio, but it will downgrade the evidence from that particular study and probably upgrade the evidence from a study which has a low risk of bias but is contributing to the, but its weight or its contribution to the total pooled effect is less. So this is one of the most important things what he has highlighted, that how will we cumulate the evidence, is we'll not just focus on the pooled effects or the pooled odds ratio or the p-value. We have to focus on the risk of bias and the grade as well. It means because there are attendees who are asking these questions, So it totally highlights that this workshop is successful thanks to both of them who have been here for the last 1.5 days, because they are going a step ahead and asking the next question. So that totally signifies that that the workshop has been successful in this part. So any other questions? Okay, so like I was mentioning that there are certain points when you are describing the forest plot, then you have to mention that forest plot. You have to mention along with the forest plot. So let's say that you are having a forest plot, how will you write the findings of that forest plot? So those have to be provided as per the result of synthesis, that for each synthesis briefly summarize the characteristics and the risk of bias, then present the results as statistical synthesis conducted. If meta-analysis was conducted, then you have to present it as summary estimate, precision which is by confidence interval or standard error, and measures of statistical heterogeneity. If comparison groups are there, then describe the direction of that effect. Then if the if there is heterogeneity, then you have to also mention about the causes of heterogeneity. Like I mentioned, that you need to also give some consideration to what were the measures done to sort out that heterogeneity or focus on the heterogeneity, subgroup analysis, sensitivity analysis, meta-regression, etc. So this is all about the meta-synthesis part or the quantitative synthesis part. So this is about grade, certainty of evidence, probably something that is beyond the scope of this workshop, because grade itself would take 1.5 days as it is very technical. So you have to present the assessments of certainty in the body of evidence for each outcome assessed. Like you, one of the attendees mentioned that for each outcome you have to present a forest plot. Yes, for each outcome one forest plot, for each outcome a funnel plot if possible, because funnel plot requires minimum of 10 studies. Then for each outcome of a risk of bias table, and for each outcome a grade table. So these 4 things have to be specified or have to be generated for each outcome. So there is a set of checklist for discussion section also, that you have to provide a general interpretation of the results, any limitations of the evidence included in the review, any limitations of the review processes, and discuss the future implications of that particular review. So now talking about the ethics and the registration in the systematic review and meta-analysis. So you need not to get ethics board approval or an institute review board approval, because it is just a secondary synthesis. It's not a primary research, neither a lab research nor an animal research that you have to get approval from the ethics board. But definitely I would say that there has to be something from an ethics or I would say a transparency parlance that you have to focus on. So you can't report anything. Obviously, you have to just focus on what has been reported by your included studies. You can't generate any data out of yourself because it is a secondary research. So what are the issues that are specific to systematic reviews? Duplicate reviews on the same topic. Although there are reviews that are generated which are just modifying a particular review or revising a particular review, but there is a stipulated time period. I mean, if there is a review that has already been published on the same topic 6 months back, you can't publish another review because it would be first a waste of time, second, it would not give you another evidence or some new evidence on that particular topic. So and the majority of the journals would not accept it because there is something that is already present. But what if a review on the same topic was published, let's say 5 years back? So then you can definitely publish because it's time for revision, and you as subject experts know that there are 7 or 8 studies more on this particular topic. So you can easily go for revising that particular review. So outcome switching, as I have mentioned, that it is very important that everything is decided a priori. You can't change anything. It is a code. If in your protocol you have mentioned that this is my primary outcome and you want to amend the protocol, Prospero, which is one of the registries for protocol, probably you all know, Prospero would ask for a specific reason that why you are changing this particular outcome, and the review team of Prospero would review it before amending it in the protocol. So outcome switching should not be done, as it's not a good practice as far as the systematic review is concerned. As the name suggests that it is a systematic review, you can't do a cherry picking or a berry picking of studies and then do the systematic search. Yes, I mean, somebody asked me in the break that we don't know about the specificity of our review question. For example, that we have a very broad review question in our mind. And once we have started the search, we are getting around 10,000, 20,000 studies. And we know that we have to reach there, but we are not able to reach there. So at that particular time, a scoping search actually helps you out. What does a scoping search means? That with your keywords, just do a search in a single database, which is PubMed, and see the studies that you are getting. That will A, narrow down your research question, B, also tell you about whether there are any reviews that are present in this particular topic or not, and more importantly, whether there are any recent reviews that are present in that particular topic. So that is the importance of a scoping search. Ghost gift authorships, yes, in systematic reviews it is very common practice, but I think that it certainly follows the ICMG criteria, so we follow it the same as for any other original research. Data fabrication, as I have mentioned, you can't have any primary data in this because you are only resorting to extracting the data that is already published in the published studies, and you are just doing analysis above the analysis of their data. That is why it is meta-analysis. So there are some more considerations to avoid plagiarism, that proper citation needs to be done, accurate reporting, conflict of interest, data handling, authorship ethics. So these all are as important as for any other research article. So to make our life easy, Prospero, or there are some other registration portals as well, Prospero is free. That is why Prospero is resorted by majority of us. So it is basically international prospective registry for systematic review, for registration of systematic reviews. So what are the benefits of registering your protocol before actually conducting a systematic review? It avoids duplication, increases transparency, reduces the risk of bias, allows the feedback before the work begins actually. So in your handout which has been given to you, the study material, the first article is registered in Prospero, and it actually gives a CRD number, which is the Prospero registry number to it, which you have to cite while you are filling the checklist. So it has mentioned that this review in the method section, probably one of the first paragraphs or first lines. Can somebody tell me on which page it is? Page 2. So it is mentioned on page 2 that this review was registered in Prospero and there is a number that is given to it. So there are some other portals apart from Prospero. It is Open Science Framework, InPlasi, JBI, Campbell Collaboration. Cochrane has its own, which is known as Cochrane Library. But Prospero is the easiest one. So that is why, we should resort to Prospero. As beginners, it is better to resort to Prospero. So it promotes transparency by publicly documenting the review plan. It facilitates collaboration and reduces research duplication, increases the likelihood of publication. So there are some journals that will not even accept your systematic review if you have not registered it. And once you have completed the systematic review, you can't register it later on, because you already have the findings. Then it would your registering or registering the methodology would become biased. So the best thing is to register it and move prospectively in a manner that is as per the standards. So the best thing is to first register the protocol. Obviously, if you have not started the data extraction, Prospero will allow you to register on it. But once you have ticked that you have done the data extraction, automatically it will tell you that you have moved to a stage that the registration is not possible in Prospero. So as per the mandate of Prospero, it is important that, you can do a scoping search, you can select the studies, you can do the search stratification and complete the entire flow of the Prisma. But once you've started data extraction, some portals will not allow you to register on it. So it is always better, either you don't tell it that you have done the data extraction, or you are done with the entire review. Just mention that you have reached the stage of just study selection. So that is one of the things, because the hindsight of registration too early or registering too early is that there are some teams or people, this is my observation, which are just logged on to Prospero, and they can easily complete the part before you as beginners. So I have faced a situation that I have registered protocol on Prospero, and my anticipated completion date was 6 months later, but there was somebody who had not registered after me, and just changed the title a little bit and published it in one of the good journals of our specialty. So likewise, what we say that there are Chinese people who are having their algorithms, and they work day and night with their large language models, and they can easily extract anything, any information. So it is always better, once you are done with your 50-60% of the review, and then register it. That is what I usually follow, but that's not a rule. Just to safeguard your place, it is always better to do something, but mention that you have not done the data extraction, because once you tick that box, it will not allow you to register on it, Prospero. So important thing is that you have to update the Prospero record once you have done your amendments or once you have published the article. So it gives you a column for progress of the review, as well as some check boxes that you have done the registration, then you are done with the manuscript building, and you are done with the publication. So it gives you that those check boxes as well. So where to publish, as Dr. Sahu had already mentioned, that you can go just like a normal research article, but I think that there are some journals that are more focused on bench research. So probably it is always better to look for your specialty journals. So there is a very good way, Journal Finder. Do you all know that Springer runs a Journal Finder? So you can easily, and Elsevier also runs a Journal Finder. So you can easily find a journal based on your particular topic, and then see that out of those journals, which are more open to the idea or concept of systematic reviews and secondary research. So, I mean, if you are submitting your systematic review in a journal that only publishes case report, so or a case series, so that would not be valid. Let's say that you have completed a systematic review, completed, written, manuscript is ready for submission, and you are just submitting it in BMJ case report. So it is not valid. So you have to check the scope of the journal, the audience, and the impact factor. Obviously, what we focus, majority of us, is the impact factor and the journals that are outside of India. So that is one of the concepts that we focus on. Follow the journal author guidelines closely. Consider open access for a wider publicity, but that comes with a cost. So that is one of the things that you might have to look out. So that is important. Look for indexing in major databases. So impact factor is important, and another thing which is as important is indexing in the databases. So PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, these are very important. Avoid predatory journals. So there are some sites like I mentioned. So predatory journals are some journals that would publish based on or once you submit the APC, but even the names of those journals change overnight. So I think you can easily avoid the predatory journals. So another important thing to avoid any duplication, because we are all Homo sapiens, we think alike. This is my rule, that we are all Homo sapiens, we think alike. Even if you discuss it with one of your close friends, I mean, who doesn't belong to your specialty, then the idea can spread fast than lightning. So what I believe, that it is always a good practice to publish it on preprint archives, so that the medRxiv or preprint RXIVs which are already available, those give you a citation number. So you can easily, I mean, if somebody duplicates it or submits in a journal, you can write to the editor-in-chief, or if it gets to the proof stage, you know that even if it has reached the proof stage, the editor-in-chief has the rights to retract it, because that probably was conducted after you have completed or after your job is done. Obviously, it's a very difficult task once it has reached the proof stage, but that is what, I mean, from purest perspective, I'm saying that the editor-in-chief has the rights to not publish it. So,
but how do we know that it has reached the
it has reached? So there are, I mean, online ahead of print and proofs. So there are some journals which don't give a volume number and a page number and publish it online ahead of print. So there you can track that whether it is in that stage or not, and probably submit it. But that is just one of the things what you can do, or you can do a better work and improve the systematic review, because you have already done that part.
What was that preprint archive?
So there are some preprint registries where, like, once you have submitted your protocol or published your protocol on Prospero, you have a CRD number. You get an accession number or a citation number even when you publish on a preprint archive. That's not a citation just like a journal publishing, but that's a unique ID that you get. Along with that, you get a date when it was published on that preprint archive. So that is just a support document to you, just to that journal.
No. We get it that moment only, or it takes time? So it is
that moment only, as soon as you
what happened now, suppose I will consider about Springer Nature Journal. So if you submit it, no, so some of them directly they say, do you want to publish in the Research Square? So they take it immediately.
No. I'll tell you, Prospero, what is happening, that nowadays, Have you seen the improved version
Yes.
of Prospero?
No. I used the earlier version where I registered one systematic review.
Yeah. No.
Now 7.
After February, Prospero is immediate registration.
Okay.
So, as soon as you fill it, immediate. Earlier it was 7 to 10 days. Now it is immediate registration on Prospero. Yeah, but that is not the protocol. That is at the level of publishing. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes that would get be citation by others.
Exactly. Yes. So that's a part of a grey literature only, because that has not been peer reviewed, but definitely published ahead of review. Thank you. Thank you. Can I take this? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the informative and valuable session on reporting and publishing. Now I would like to invite Dr. Surbhijan ma'am for continue with the feedback and valedictory session.
Thank you, Dr. Gurpreet. So good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of this enriching 2-day workshop on systematic reviews and meta-analysis, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session. I request Dr. Kaushik, Director General CCRH, to kindly grace the dais along with Dr. Sunil Ram Teke, Deputy Director General CCRH, Dr. K.C. Muralidharan, ADH and Admin in charge, and our valuable speakers, Dr. Geeta Menon. And our valuable speakers, Dr. Geeta Menon, Dr. Krishna Chandra Sahu, and Dr. Sachin Anand. On the dais, please. I request respected Dr. Subhash Kaushik to kindly felicitate Dr. Geeta Menon with the books published by CCRH and a certificate as a token of gratitude. Now I request Director Sir to kindly award a certificate of valuable participation to Dr. Krishna Chandra Sahu. I request Director Sir I request Director Sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Sachit Anand with the memento and certificate of participation, as Sir was not available with us at the inaugural ceremony. Sir, already given. So over the past 2 days, we've journeyed together through the core elements of conducting systematic reviews, from formulating a research question, designing search strategies, screening studies with tools like Revman, Ryan, etc., and assessing the risk of bias using Cochrane-Robb, all the way to performing meta-analysis and preparing your publication. Each session brought in fresh insights, hands-on experience, and practical tools that I'm sure will help us all in our future research endeavors. Let us take a moment to sincerely appreciate the invaluable contributions of our esteemed resource persons. Their expertise has truly opened up a new horizon of possibilities in conducting systematic reviews and meta-analysis within the realm of homeopathy. At this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Krishna Chandra Sahu to kindly share his feedback with us. Sir, please.
Thank you, respected chairs and all the participants. And what I want to share, so really we attended many workshops as a participant, as a resource persons. So frankly saying, you may lose some of them end of the day or second day, but I think what an interest you have, enthusiasm you have, you all sit whole days, and even today also, now also some chairs means you need more chair, means all chairs are full. So that's indicate how interesting you are. But as I said in the beginning also, this is just orientations. I think all the faculty are try to orient you within the short period of time. I don't think that it is even 1 month. If you give time, one session also, it will be continue lot of things, but just orientations. Now everything is available. You can use whatever you want. Good article you will be get, good YouTube video you will be get, everything you will be get. And if you will not understand, then you can take up all the resource persons. But I think all of our belongs to Delhi now also here. So you can take the help. But what I suggest, so this is very interesting to learn, but unless you applied it in practically, it is very difficult. I think some of them choose for some of the key homeopathy area, basic area. Not necessarily all you go for the only RCT or randomized control trial study or prove it. Some of them choose for case series. You know that we have also very good qualitative evidence synthesis also I have. So it's published in very good journal and highly citation also. So you can say that, okay, what are the community or people acceptance towards homeopathy? What are the current situation they use? So you can find out small group, 5 to 6 members groups, then you start working. Maybe it takes 1 year or 6 months or 1 year, then definitely you will be contributing. Try for the in good journal. If it is published, good. Otherwise, you have already backup. No, then reviewer, you review it, good quality, then it's good. I think it's good symbol for that. Really, I am very much enthusiastic about strengthening the Ayush system, because that is only one system. Homeopathy is one of them. That is only one system which could reduce the heavy out-of-pocket expenditure, which could also take our country towards Viksit Bharat. And all of your contribution is very much necessary. Sir is from here, from AIIMS. I'm not saying that allopathy is not required, but where we should use allopathy, where we should use homeopathy, so where should we use? So, time will come, one day there must be a guideline for homeopathy. You should not prescribe allopathy. This disease should be treated using only homeopathy. So, you are the future of the Ayush system, and now we are lucky that enough fund. Now you have a lot of money. We also took some money to do research. I know that. Even it is very difficult to get money from the ICMR, but it's good. But the support from the government, support from your current DG, that makes you. Now you try to open this collaboration and do it research. Now, some of them are also trying to give fund to UK. That is fantastic also for the RCT. So it's very good things. It's a good symbol. So I think you continue this and engage that. And if any required any support, anything, you can reach out to all the experts. We cannot say that experts, we are learning also systematic review. So we are ready to help you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. I would like to add that there was a change in schedule of, like a few days before the program, and sir was so sporting and flexible that we asked, sir, can we please change the session? Will you be able to take that? And sir was like, yes, jo bhi dena hai, de do, I'll do it. So it was truly a pleasure having you with us, and your engaging and uplifting sessions will always be cherished by CCRH. Dr. Sachit Anand has brilliantly illuminated the process of interpreting and reporting findings, enriching our understanding through real-world examples. We sincerely thank him for graciously taking the time to be with us today, despite his other commitments. I now invite Dr. Sachit Anand to kindly address the gathering and share his reflections on the workshop. Please, sir.
Thank you for the invitation, sir, and thank you to Dr. Harleen who invited me. I just completed a 2.5 day workshop yesterday. So, but we are all Homo sapiens, we think alike, like I mentioned. There is nothing like allopathy, homeopathy or something like that. We are all integrating now, and it's an integrative medicine, what we should call now. And evidence coming from any part, whether it is allopathy, homeopathy or any branch of Ayush. So I feel that it is an evidence, and if we will not address it, then it will go on to the publication bias. So that is what my thinking is. And I really enjoyed today's sessions. Why? Because like I mentioned that not only in the hall, there were some candidates who were asking questions which were the next step, which means that the audience is engaging. So online candidates asking the questions which are 2 or 3 steps ahead. So I think that the workshop is successful because you are getting those hints. So thank you again for inviting me. And we are running a technical resource center by the Center for Evidence for Guidelines, DHR. So we'll be happy to have any, or if you have any inputs, or if you have any resource or review questions in mind and you want our help, we will do it pro bono because it is ultimately the government's perspective. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So sir told us that he is engaged in systematic review and meta-analysis workshops almost every month. He's doing it every month. So he's an expert in this field. And he has, I think, over 20 systematic analysis, or maybe I'm wrong, sir. Oh, sir has published 40 systematic reviews and meta-analysis so far. So that's huge. And being a pediatric surgeon, precision तो होना ही है. तो जब सर से हमने first time बात किया, it was just a 3-minute call. उसी में सर ने बता दिया मैं 13th को नहीं आ पाऊँगा और मैं 14th को ही आऊँगा और मैं इतनी देर रहूँगा और ये सेशंस करूँगा. So एकदम precise, उनसे दोबारा confirm नहीं करना पड़ा कि आप कब आएंगे, क्या करेंगे. So that precision is there, मतलब हमेशा से. Thank you so much, sir. So Dr. Geeta Menon has guided us through the practical nuances of data extraction, bias assessment, and meta-analysis. I request ma'am to kindly say a few words about her experience at CCRH.
So happy ending to this wonderful workshop, and congratulations to sir and to Dr. Harleen Kaur. Dr. Harleen Kaur came to me 1 year back, isn't it? 1 year back, that's how we started engaging with her. And she came with a big trial or a systematic review. What was it? Is it a trial? It was a trial. So that's how we started engaging, and these 2 days have been really wonderful for me, because I have been a resource person for systematic reviews for all types of pathies. I have gone to Ayurveda also, and the physiotherapy. So what I observed is that if there is a participant group of about 50, at least 2 of them would come back to me with a systematic review. So the other thing that I suggested to Dr. Harleen was that, especially in homeopathy, we do not have well-conducted RCTs. That is a problem. So why don't you take any case study as a starter, and if it has good evidence, if that case study gives you good evidence, why don't you start encouraging people to do RCTs, good RCTs, now that you know that you need to have good evidence studies, high quality studies. I think that should be a beginning at least, so that you have good RCTs. See, to do a good systematic review, you need good quality studies. If you don't have good quality studies, the evidence is going to be bad. So start with that, and now that you have understood the subject well, we can have more such workshops. Maybe we can have grade also. We can bring Dr. Sachidanand again also. And incidentally, Dr. Sachidanand's name was suggested by Dr. Vikas Dhiman from Center for Guidelines. Dr. Harleen was looking for people, for resource persons, and immediately he said, Dr. Sachidanand ko bula lijiye, he will come. So that's how we are all here. So we are there to help you anytime, anything that we can tell you or share our experience with you. We are happy to do that anytime. The door is open. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those heartfelt words, ma'am. I would like to share with everyone that ma'am has always been so incredibly approachable and supportive. हम किसी भी time ma'am को phone करें, she would always pick up the call. पहली बार में she would pick up the call, even if she is busy, and she would always say हाँ ऐसे कर सकते हैं, ऐसे कर सकते हैं. हमारा पूरा program agenda ma'am ने ही final करवाया, resource persons ma'am ने ही help किया search करने में. So she has been so supportive. Thank you so much, ma'am. And despite her busy schedule, उन्होंने ये सारा स्टडी मटेरियल, आई डोंट थिंक कि पहले शायद कभी इतना स्टडी मटेरियल शेयर हुआ होगा किसी भी वर्कशॉप के लिए. हमारा मेल एकदम फुल हो जाता था अटैचमेंट से. व्हाट्सएप पे बार बार सर्कुलेट किया हमने कि अच्छा अब ये मटेरियल, अब ये मटेरियल. सो वो सब मटेरियल मैम ने ही हमें प्रोवाइड किया. थैंक यू मैम फॉर दैट. So as you all know, it is under the invaluable mentorship and unwavering support of our Director General, sir, that we are able to successfully conduct this workshop. May I please request sir to kindly say a few words and share his thoughts with us.
Don't clap for me. I'm to just host. ये मोबाइल किसका रह गया? Wow. Chalo, very good evening, respected Dr. Geeta Menon ma'am, Dr. Krishan Chand Sahu ji, Dr. Sachit Anand ji, all the research officers and dear participants. It is a moment of pride and satisfaction to conclude our 2-day workshop on this systemic review and meta-analysis. Over these sessions, you have learned tools that go beyond research techniques. They are essential for building strong evidence-based foundations for homeopathy, as just Madam said. So systemic reviews help us to see the bigger picture by synthesizing a wide range of studies, while meta-analysis enables us to combine results statistically for stronger, more reliable conclusions. By mastering these skills, you are strengthening not only your own research, but also the global credibility of our science. I appreciate our organizing committee, Dr. Harleen and her team, our resource persons for their expertise and inspiration. Most importantly, I think the participants, both online and offline, as just Dr. Sachin Anand said, your energy, engagement, and curiosity made this workshop truly meaningful. So you can clap for yourself. So you now understand the relevance of not only systemic reviews or meta-analysis, but also the relevance of conducting good quality clinical trials. Hence, it is important to develop quality protocols, conduct rigorous research, and also aims to do systemic reviews eventually in your research careers. Our speakers across the 2 days are the best in their fields, and I am told that they were all recommended by Dr. Geeta Menon ma'am herself. So thank you very much, ma'am. We have been fortunate to find such a supportive mentor for this workshop in you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good clap. Yes. And I'm also very delighted to note that the interactions during these 2 days workshop have been very fruitful and enriching. Nothing pleases me more than seeing my team growing in skills and capacity. So by attending this workshop sincerely, you have all made me proud. As you return to your workstations, I hope these methods will mark the beginning of a new chapter in your research journey. I wish you success in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now it's time to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants for their enthusiastic involvement. Your questions and hands-on activities truly enriched the learning environment here in this auditorium. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to hand over the mic to my mentor, my guide, Dr. Helene Kaur, who is the strongest pillar behind this entire event. Her untiring efforts and ever-inspiring charisma keeps the entire team lit up all times. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Surbhi. I think you also deserve all the appreciation that you gave to me. I think I would just maybe say a quick story how this workshop was envisioned and how we have just kind of executed it. So it was just a very informal discussion between Dr. Sahu and me in this very building, a committee room. And the moment Dr. Sahu came to know that I am I'm editor of a journal, so he suggested that, it's good that if your scientists, you have a team of a very, huge number of scientists, so if they can start contributing to the journal by doing systematic reviews. And I said that, but it's not everybody's cup of cake. Systematic reviews are definitely the buzzword and the requirement of the day, but then we all need a lot of capacity building. And he was like, bang on, bring it on. We are here to help you out with whatever you want to plan as, and that's how it was envisioned. And after that, it was just, more discussions, and we just kind of proposed it. And ever since this thought was proposed on e-office, I think every single, officer that this file went to, it was a go-ahead from all of them. And I think there was not, generally we do feel some, objections here and there in the file, but everybody understood the significance of this workshop at this point of time, and it was always a green signal from all the officers that the file was going to. There were some administrative challenges that we faced. I think a couple of those Murli sir shared yesterday. Wouldn't want to share that again, but I can definitely say that it's very easy for a junior officer to kind of, hope that, we can do something of this sort. But without senior support and encouragement that, okay, go ahead, we will let you do this and we will be supporting you, is not every day that you get to see. So I really, really thank each of our senior officers and administration team and the accounts team. All combined, despite all the challenges, I think the way they have always stood up for us and recommended a go-ahead is something that was exemplary. This workshop has been planned in, I think, all of 15 days. All of 15 days, everything gets going. Is that too in the times of e-office? Thankfully, everybody was even clearing my files right at 8 p.m., 11 p.m. also in the night, so thank you so much. As regards the resource persons, I think enough has been said about them. The more we say, the less it is. All I can say is that they were truly exemplary of the saying, one light lights another, and its own light doesn't grow less. They are definitely the beacon
of, the hope for us that Ayush is going to, progress if we have mentors like them. So they're living systematic reviews. They are doing so much more than, just teaching, just capacity building. They're every single day, I think they just have variety of things. You talk of Dr. Geeta Menon, she's scientist, Steph. Imagine the kind of responsibilities she must be having. And she has spared herself for almost 2 days. I think we definitely have done something right, ma'am, to find you in our lives. So definitely it's a godsend. But the way it has turned out, I think I can only thank my stars to have met you once in my lifetime. So it's... And talking of Dr. Sahu, obviously, such a humble person, I would say. These are, I would say, ma'am, honestly, these are big names for us. ICMR, DHR, AIMS, these are definitely big names for us. But the more you seem to meet these people, who are really at the helm of affairs, the more you realize how easy it is to be, doing so many responsible things, so many serious things, and still be so humble. So we get to learn so much, not only the knowledge that you shared today, ma'am, but also the attitude that each of you showed, in the way you were conducting yourself is something we'll never forget. So this is something that has made all the more humble, and we have really learned more lessons than you have taught through your words, by also your actions and of your conduct. Thank you so much. Talking of Dr. Sachit Anand, obviously, he was pitched in at the last moment. And he had such a busy schedule, back-to-back workshop on 12th and 13th, still made it on 14th. So I really want to thank him. Imagine, a pediatric surgeon in AIMS, who's also kind of the PI of systematic reviews, a technical resource building that's happening through DHR in AIMS. And it spares almost the entire day for us. Was in the traffic in 2 hours, could have easily said, I am an AIMS pediatrician, I don't need to go to this particular workshop. 2 hours, 2.5 hours in the traffic, it does not really make sense. It can drive anybody insane. But sir made it. Sir still made. I was kind of checking my WhatsApp again and again. Is this going to say no now? Because every 15 minutes I was getting a text. I'm still in traffic. I thought probably he will say no. But now meeting you, I know why you never said no. Right. So thank you so much, each of you. And Dr. Of course, we should not forget Dr. Vikas Dhikar. Another humble soul, equally supportive. And he has so many thoughts, so many actions. He wants to kind of collaborate, teach more. He's saying, make working groups, do this, do that. So many ideas he was giving. As if, he was saying that whatever I am doing is not enough. I also want to do on an Ayush. Ayush should do this. So he was full of ideas. So inspiring to meet him as well. Talking of my team, of course, a small team of like 13 to 14 people, but working, sir, day in and day out. I think last 2 weeks have been a frenzy where we have kind of been doing a lot of desk work also, but they were all delegated, different sorts of things, registration and certificates and whatnot. All these designs that you see, sir, are developed by us, by our team itself. The design, the board planes and everything, the brochure. I would like to mention Dr. Purnima, Dr. Garima, and Akansha, who were behind all the designs and everything. So Dr. Surbhi was the person, sir. Last 2 weeks, we were all engaged in it, but Dr. Surbhi was the person who has been engaged in it more than a month now. She was the single-handed person, and she was given a team only in the last 2 weeks, and maybe practically only in the last week. Till then, all the things were enlisted on her, and she has really lived up to her responsibilities like anything, so all the praises go to her. And for Dr. Gurpreet and Shivam, I would say they have been the reasons why you can all feel the chill in this, unusual chill in this auditorium. Otherwise, we would not want to sit in this auditorium and want to rush out because of the sweat and the suffocation it would generally create. But then they were all behind the, all running around for making sure that the fans were there, the cooling was there, and of course with the support of all our, Murli sir and DDG sir and DG sir, we could all get things, in time. And of course, Dr. Tanya, Dr. Anjali, and who am I missing? Dr. Shalini? Sometimes I tend to forget names, yeah. So all of them have been really the reason why we have been able to do the registration kits on time. So you could see that there was no rush outside yesterday for the delegation kits because we had already distributed that in a day in advance. And am I missing something? Of course, Dr. Parul and Kiran Mai. Kiran Mai is our sweetest member from south of India who give us a South Indian flavor in everything that we do and always reminds us to be humble and polite, quite unlike the North Indians that she is surrounded with. So she is our dose of politeness in the team. So thank you so much, Kiran Mai. And of course, Parul is another person who gels very well with the calmness that she brings to the floor. Right, and of course, last but nevertheless, the least, it's the participants, both on-site and online. The participants have been exceptionally very responsive, very interactive, and very sincere in attending the sessions, making notes of the sessions, downloading, the articles, following the instructions, and also coming back to us. We are not able to follow what is to be done, how it is to be done. All the queries that were coming to us, and the restlessness when they were not able to join the link showed that they were so very interested not to miss a single part of it. So I think, sir, this was all kudos to them. We can always make all the arrangements, but if there are no attendees who are taking it well, I think it's not a success at all. So, and of course, sir, in the rains today, we were having 70% of occupancy before 10 a.m. in the hall. So I think everybody knew what they're going to miss if they don't make it. So yes, thanks to each one of you. You deserve all the appreciation. Dr. Deepti Singh, of course, has been really with, helping us with the webinar coordination and making sure that the things are well connected with the online delegates. And she's always the link between the on-site and offline, online worlds. She is our bridge between the real and the virtual world. So thank you so much. And of course, the WeConnect team, I think they were just given the order like just a day before, and they made all the arrangements, and despite all the hurdles, the internet challenges and everything, they have been really very supportive. So of course, Vandana and her team deserve all the applauses. And Rajiv, I can't see him, our multitasking help. Rajiv and Manish and Vinayji have been very, very cooperative and very helpful in the entire thing. So, and I'm really sorry if I missed anybody's name, but I really mean to say from core of my heart that this workshop, if you think was a success, it's not because we have done something right, it's because you have supported us right. And that is, we can only intend to make it right, but you are the ones who make it right. Right, and before I think we conclude, we can Rangoli team, of course, Dr. Yashika and Dr. Binu. Ritika's, I requested Dr. Ritika to please spare them because my team was too engaged to make a Rangoli. So I told that, see, we can tell what to do, but then we need your team members. So Dr. Ritika spared 2 team members, Dr. Yashika and Dr. Binu, and Dr. Purnima and Dr. Shalini just kind of helped them. So thank you so much. And sir, if you don't mind, we can have a quick feedback from 1 or 2 delegates. Because we can be biased, sir. So, because it was we were the organizers. Sir, it can be a neutral opinion, sir. Anybody who would want to volunteer to speak on? ऐसे सर लीडिंग क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछते सर होम्योपैथी में माइक नहीं it will not go out ना
revive our student days. Actually, that hands-on training, ma'am, हम अभी तक clerical और सारे file work करते थे, वो जो hands-on training था ना, you actually make us revive those days. So we had a good learning experience in these 2 days workshop. So thank you and
thank you so much. Thank you. Right, one from the junior staff. If somebody would want to just kind of volunteer, please. Anybody from RAs or SRFs, would you want to share something? All right. But they were good in asking questions, but now they don't want to say anything. हाँ, of course, वो lunch का menu जो था, सर अभी मैं बताती हूँ कि किसने decide किया था, फिर answer अच्छे से आएगा. सर अब हो गया ना, ये खाने वाने का नहीं, they are the scientist people ना, they talk only in technical sessions. Thank you so much. So can we just wind up or? हाँ हाँ ठीक है. So we are going to share the QR code. And yeah, that can be done. So we are going to share the QR code. If you can just scan it, both online and on-site people, and share your feedback. As you know that the feedback, even if you have not spoken right now, you must give, because this entitles you to a certificate. Otherwise, you would not get one. So we are smart that way. We know you wouldn't speak up otherwise. But be honest with your feedback, so we wouldn't really judge you there.